channel where the dough don't rise. Broken bakers here with the sarcastic eyes. From Danish pastries to courtroom crime, where the spelling's a mess, but the humor's prime. Pro-se defendants taking the stand, with wine moms laughing, glass in hand. Mods like Marissa and Valhalla too. Irish and whiskey keep the chat in view. It's trial tribulations with a sprinkle of wit. Chats popping off, yeah, they never quit. Jamie's got the deals and the beauty hacks. Dollar store glam keeping us on track. So come for the crime, stay for the snark. Broken bakers baking up a legal spark. Mo hops in with spicy takes. Jemima's got the docs, Farrell brings the shakes. Brandon keeps it wild, Iron Rabbit keeps it chill. Together they're the dream team, streaming the thrill. With courtroom chaos and dry witty flair, we're roasting defendants, cause life's not fair. Grab your wine, your snacks and settle in. Chat's the real star, let the fun begin. It's trials, tribulations with a sprinkle of wit. Chats popping off, yeah, they never quit. Jamie's got the deals and the beauty hacks. Dollar store glam keeping us on track. So come for the crime, stay for the snark. Broken bakers baking up a legal spark. Broken Baker streaming, so don't you miss, where courtrooms and sarcasm meet Danish bliss. Mods and chat, we're keeping it clever. True crime and dry humor now and forever.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to what should be opening statements in the Jason Chen trial. If you weren't here this morning, we spent all morning to qualify an expert, a forensic psychiatrist who supposedly wanted to testify that even though no blood work shows it, Jason was under the influence because he self-reported he was a user and that they had drank it, a bottle of wine and had partaken in the devil's letters. So he's not going to probably testify to that part of it because that's not how you normally put that into evidence. You can't prove it or disprove it. If he's going to be an expert, I don't know. The judge said they will call him later if it's needed. Jess went back, listened to what the judge said in the beginning, and he said it was too late to spring that expert on the state, but they still had the motion, probably because of appeal reasons. And his testimony was lacking a lot. But talking about experts, Bev just made a ruling that Dr. Russell will be allowed to testify in the Karen Reed case, which she, of course, should. There's no reason she shouldn't be allowed to do that. I believe that Bev should, from the bench, already pre-qualify Mr. Green as well. She knows his CV. She knows his previous testimony. He is more than qualified to testify in the use of Celebrite. Hello, Helen and Gina L. Hello. And we meet again. Howdy. Woohoo. 4 hours later. It was only 3 hours this morning. Yay. Hello, Brokenhearted. And Teresa Dixmeyer. Danish Bliss. Yeah, that's what we get on this channel. And I forgot how nice it is to live stream trials because I almost got to eat half my dinner tonight. Hello, Mama Smith. Haley Mouse. We hope. Had drunk a bottle. Thank you. They had drunk. I'm not just dyslexic, I'm also stupid. Hey, Dave. Drank or had drunk? Consumed. Thank you, Taryn. I should have said that. Lacking and leaking too. Spanky will have his time to be a weenie. She's a shitty dog trainer. Well, she's not a trainer. She is the one who takes care of the victims after Cesar Milan has said, no, you just leave the dog. You don't give it attention when it has bad behavior. Leave the dog. Follow. Now you can get a treat. Use the clicker. Whenever it's bad, I've seen Cesar Milan. No, it was redonkulous. She didn't do it. Good morning, Wendy H. That's all it was. It was a big old waste. Hey, Debbie Blair. Valhalla, how are you babies? Not just stupid, Danish. Because that's extra stupid. We all fed. I got half my meal, but as soon as court is back, I will go off screen and manger. We had some drinks to drink. We drank them, got drunk. Well, I never ever said that grammar on a budget would be part of this channel. Marissa will have grammar, the things where you find out how to say things correctly. On her channel, Grammar on a Budget with Marissa, you will get a double PhD on that channel, grammar and yelling. Rose Predator trial, move 45 days so we can do it too, Baker. 45 days, that's 1.5 months. Yeah, if it's not going too long, then we can do that before the Karen Reed case. So that could be a thing. Hey, friends. Right after I came in this morning, my kids' school called, so I'm working from home. Well, we will keep you entertained while working.
Terry, if you can dare you appropriately.
And I hope they have it. I always wish American courts would do like an hour time limit on opening and closings because it's so boring. What if the dog is standing on top of you and a puddle of pee in your bed? Just sleep it off. You're not much better at the dog training. Well, Brandon, have you ever thought about shipping your dog up to Marissa? She has a lot of rescues up there, so she'll teach it. She will yell at it until it stops peeing.
That's not how it works.
It isn't? Well, send it out to Jamie. She will yell at it.
I don't yell. I love puppies.
I'm having beef soup because I'm a little under the weather. My back is killing me. And so I need some good, hot, hearty food.
Mm-hmm.
And some garlic bread because I love garlic bread.
Dealing with the jury today, once after the jurors get sworn. So we're going to round up the officers and others sworn momentarily right after the jury is sworn. So when they're ready, Terry, let me know, and then we'll bring in the jury. Yes, Judge. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Never accept, Your Honor. Yes.
It's chipped and I signed something agreeing to love him forever. So did I. We got divorced after a year and a half. And Jemima has been talked into bingo for this trial. If you have a word you think could make a good contender to be said in closing, please use the link to submit words.
I mean, we haven't even started yet. How do we know?
No, but she's just because she's a busy beaver.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about that thing, Jamie. Stop your dirty mind.
You, sir, started it.
Let's say one of us did, and one of us dug it out with a spoon.
What? Oh my goodness, Brandon.
Yeah, that's not going on screen. But it was an LC stream, like an LC stream used to be in the olden days. It was undistilled chaos.
The trial, it goes some time, a jury will be brought in, they'll be sworn, officers will be sworn, I'll read some preliminary jury instructions, state will read the indictment, if you use, they can make an opening statement, Mr. Chen, so if the plaintiff wishes to make an opening statement.
Jeanette, I keep my mods around because then anything that goes in chat will be less bad than what the mods are saying, so people don't feel bad.
We'll do it then too. We're going to go right into proof. I mean, now it's a stretch. Better do it now, because otherwise we're going to be bored for the session for some quite some time. Everyone's ready back there? Yes, sir. Okay, bring your jury.
We can cut that border. Sounds good. I don't know what it is. Yes, she's allowed that. Well, there was 3 letters and then some Dixie something. I saw that at least.
There will be one chair that's kind of off to the end there. If anybody particularly big, over 6 feet, you just stretch your legs, that might be a good chair. That'll be her chair.
Yeah, when Valhalla saw his name, he ran over there. I don't know why.
All right, please be seated. Welcome again, Chattanooga. Welcome to the courtroom. As you can see, it's the exact opposite where we were last week, or how the courtroom was laid out. So it feels a little backwards too. That's how we felt all last week. Hope you had a restful night last night. We already started the trial momentarily. And with that, I'll have you all stand and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues in traverse herein, joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, Jason Chen, upon a true bill of indictment charging him with the offense of first-degree murder, of use of a corpse, a true deliverance made, and a true verdict rendered, according to the law and evidence, so help you God.
If you see, got a little bit of a taste, I'm sorry, if I put some in front of you in some ways. You're in court now. There will be a lot of times like this morning where we spent basically all morning doing pre-trial matters. So be prepared. There will be some times where we have to step out and be patient with us. So we'll work the matters that in the end save time for everybody. I'm going to tell you to bring the officers in. Yes, Judge. Please all stand in front of the jury. All right, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will take charge of this jury, keep them separate and apart from all persons, not allow them to communicate in any manner with anyone or anyone with them, and as it concerns the matter on trial, nor with you, nor you with them, that you will deliver them safely to the court. So help you God. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is a formal accusation charging a defendant with one or more criminal offenses. The presentment does not constitute evidence. Presentment 315-228 charges the defendant with two offenses: first-degree premeditated murder and abuse of a corpse. These offenses and any lesser included offenses will be defined for you later in the trial. To presentment 315-228, the defendant pleads not guilty. The defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. He may not be found guilty unless, after hearing all the evidence, arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is determined as that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge. But moral certainty is required. And this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. The state carries the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden remains on the state throughout the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence, produce any evidence, or make any statements or arguments. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the offenses charged in the presentment. You must base that decision only on the evidence presented during this trial and the court's instructions about the applicable law to be applied. Next will be the parties' opening statements. The state will describe the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. The opening statement itself is not evidence. It operates to help you understand the evidence that will be presented during the trial. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement. Then comes the state's case in chief, during which the state will present its evidence. The evidence will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the lawyers for the parties. Jurors, you will be allowed to ask witnesses questions. Any juror who has a question for a witness should put your question or questions in writing. Let Felix or the court officers know. The questions will remain anonymous and should not include your name. The court will consult with the parties outside your hearing to decide how and whether the question should be asked. I may ask the juror's question in whole or in part, or may change the wording of the question. This is very important. You shall not give any meaning to any question that was not asked or that the meaning of the wording has been changed. The question might not have been asked because doing so would be unfair to the defense. Your question might not be asked because it would be unfair to the state. The question might not be asked because both lawyers have decided not to ask the question. The question might be asked because another witness might be better suited to answer your question. Okay, here's the takeaway. You cannot speculate as to why one of your questions was not asked or why it was asked in a different form. It could be for a number of very important reasons or not so important reasons. But one thing is for certain, speculating would definitely be unfair to someone. That's why you cannot speculate on why a question was not asked. After After the state completes its case in chief, the defendant may present evidence. Again, the defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden always remains on the state to establish that the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. After you've heard all the evidence, you will receive written instructions about the rules of law that you to use. Finally, the parties will be offered an opportunity to present closing arguments. During closing arguments, the parties will summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence. As with opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. At that point, the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You'll then begin your deliberations in the jury room. It will be your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law as will be provided to you in the court's instructions to the facts. From that application, you will arrive at a verdict. Your deliberations will be in secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdicts to anyone. Your role as jurors includes making judgments about witness testimony. In making that decision of credibility of witnesses, you may ask yourself questions like, did the witness impress you as honest? Did the witness have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did the witness have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness have a good memory of the relevant events? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the relevant events? Did the witness appear to understand the question clearly, answering directly? And did the witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? Do not base your verdict on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than the other. Your job is to consider the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Circumstantial evidence and direct evidence constitute the basic types of evidence. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer that other facts exist. Both types of evidence carry equal value under the law. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. I'm going to repeat that. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. It means that you must listen very carefully to the witnesses as they testify. You're not required to take notes. If you wish, you may take notes during the trial for your own use. You have to provide a pen and paper if you decide to take notes. Both the state and the defendant deserve a fair trial. Accordingly, you must make a decision based only upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. Any juror who engages in independent research about persons or matters relating to the case violates the fairness of the trial. This has been a sequestered jury, so you will not have access to any electronics. But it's important that you know that until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss the case even with your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors only. You must not discuss the case with anyone other than your fellow jurors until you have returned the verdict and the case is at an end. One of the things that comes up every now and then over the days is sometimes jurors will feel like they have to talk to the case about someone, so they'll talk to a court officer about it. You can't do that either. You can't talk to a court officer about general procedure, defendants in general, so you can talk about anything other than this case in criminal procedure, the lawyers, parties, and court as well. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, there will be a sentencing hearing, after which you will determine for the offense of first-degree premeditated murder, the defendant should be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole to life imprisonment. If you find the defendant guilty of any offense other than first-degree premeditated murder, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment for any offense other than the first-degree premeditated murder. And for your information, again, as I said in Nashville last week, this is not a death penalty case. At times during the trial, the party may make an objection. This simply means that the party is requesting a decision by the court on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection is made or from the ruling on that objection. The rulings only relate to the legal guidance that the court must provide to the lawyers and should not influence your thinking. If an objection to a question is sustained, do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been, have the witness be permitted to give it. Similarly, you will receive instructions not to consider a particular statement that was made, and you should therefore put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. Finally, during the course of trial, we may have to halt proceedings to confer about the rules of law that should apply. We may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. For more complex issues, you may be moved to the jury room. These conferences resolve legal issues and guide our trial proceedings. So please remain patient because in the long run, it's the same time for everyone. This completes my opening comments to you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So jury questions will be in. I like that
That's cool.
because that's a way where we can kind of get the temperature of which way the jury is leaning and what is working, what is not working. But I like it that it's doing the trial, not doing the verdict, not verdict. Well, when they go back to make the verdict, because a lot of times that's just, that's too late. But I like that they can clarify their questions. And I saw someone said, Melissa Crawford said, I've done jury duty 3 times, 3 trials in Tennessee, weren't allowed to ask questions. I think it's by judge, it's not by law.
Yeah, it's up to the judge.
Yeah. And legal and science, thank you for coming in and mentioning, because it's a kind of an important message that Beb allowed it. I liked her little snark. Even though it's a close question, I'll allow it. No, it's not close. There's no case law that could substantiate leaving her out.
And she allowed her in last time, so I mean, she would have to it would have to be, there's no way she could get around it.
And she's just, I don't know. I feel like the low audio on the judge is making this part worse. Yes, it's really annoying, and we can't do anything. I'm also in a little rinky-dink town too that could have something to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah, because they do it here, but it's up to it's the judge's discretion.
Yeah.
They want to allow it.
And I like that because we can then follow along and see, okay, this is what is important to them, because we can sit here and think, oh, did they get that? That witness was really important, and they were out to lunch and just, what, who? What,
Sometimes
if
their
any?
questions are better than the lawyers.
Yeah. Yeah, because sometimes they ask lawyerly questions and they are just too I'm going to prove I'm a smart ass by asking $5 questions in a $2 courtroom. Jamie, don't allow me to use that accent. You know I'll get in trouble.
Oh, well, they can kick rocks.
They can. And as I said once, I got banned on Twitter for go sit on a cactus.
Yeah, I like that one actually.
Yeah. Jamie, by the way, before we get started, I think you missed out on my last night's night stream. I showed a patented helping women to give birth machine. It spun around with 8G and it had a net to catch the baby.
Oh my God. A net?
Cody Vamp. I don't know who that is. Yeah, and there was a bell, so when it hit the net, the doctors could come in and take care of the baby.
Oh my God, stop it.
State of Tennessee, criminal court for Hamilton County, 2023. Count 1, the grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chen on or about the 23rd day of November 2022.
How can you make the audio worse? You had it right before the break.
Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation inflict mortal injuries on Jasmine Pace, which resulted in the death of Jasmine Pace on or about the 23rd day of November 2023, in violation.
This is a guy, we're just getting to opening statements right now. It's just a pre-trial motion all morning. Accused of stabulating his girlfriend 60 times and leaving her in a suitcase at Suck Creek.
Tennessee Code annotated 39-13-202
the
against the
expert
peace and dignity of the state.
How does Mr. Chen plead to count one?
Not guilty.
Gentlemen?
Count two, the grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chen on or about the 23rd day of November 2022 in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment did knowingly, without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, or disposed of a corpse in a manner known to be in violation of the law, in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 39-17-312 against the peace and dignity of the state. This indictment, I'm sorry, Judge. This indictment was signed by the District Attorney General and was filed with the clerk of the courts on March the 23rd, 2023.
How does Mr. Chen plead guilty?
Not guilty.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the suitcase in which Jason Chen stuffed the 98-pound body of Jasmine Pace. That's where I'm going to begin the story. Except I want you to remember that as you hear evidence in the next week, that this is not a story like the one that you read in the novel where you have to imagine the appearances of characters. The evidence that you will hear in this case is very real. The evidence will not require that you use your imagination. Jasmine Pace was very real.
No, a grand jury have indicted him. So this is the trial after the grand jury indicted him.
And Jason Chen really killed him. The suitcase was located in a brushy area just yards from the bank of the Tennessee River and right off of Suck Creek Road. In it was the body of Jasmine Pace, who had been placed in a fetal position inside of 3 black trash bags. Her right ankle was handcuffed to her right wrist. Her left ankle had been shackled to her right arm. Her wounds were extensive. You will hear from Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner for Hamilton County, who will describe those wounds in great detail. He stabbed her over and over and over again, not 7 times, not 29 times, not 43 times, but 60 stab wounds. One wound through and through, from the right side of the neck all the way through the left. Another so deeply penetrated her rib cage that the tip of the knife broke off into her lung. You will see the tip of that knife. The state of Tennessee is required to prove to you 3 elements for first-degree premeditated murder. The first is that Jasmine was intentionally killed. The second is that it was with premeditation. You will hear facts and evidence. You will see photos You will hear from witnesses that allow you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that she was intentionally killed and that premeditation was involved. But the third element is that the state of Tennessee has to prove that he did it. I'm going to start from the beginning. The two of them had been seeing each other, Jason and Jasmine. On Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, the week of Thanksgiving, Jasmine left her home and drove to Jason's apartment, a one-bedroom apartment where he lived by himself. She was never heard from again after November 23rd. After November 23rd, 2022, her friends and family never heard from her. She never returned home, and she missed Thanksgiving. Like most families would, they knew something was wrong. You will learn that Jasmine's family quickly suspected that Jason Chen had something to do with her disappearance. Despite the family's best efforts to get the police department involved, initially the Chattanooga Police Department was of no help. Jasmine's family was forced to take matters into their own hands. So, on November 26th, 2022, you will learn that Jasmine's family broke into his apartment. You will hear that. You will hear that they were trying to find their daughter and their sister, and that they went in to his apartment. Of course, Jason wasn't there, but what was there? Some of Jasmine's belongings, including her driver's license and her credit cards. You will hear from a mother who was desperate to find her daughter. Eventually, and only because of the relentlessness of Jasmine Pace's family, the Chattanooga Police Department's Homicide Division executed a search warrant at Jason Chen's apartment on November 28, 2022. The missing persons investigation quickly became a homicide investigation when, even despite his best efforts to clean it up, Jasmine's blood was everywhere.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm going with. They will do everything they can to discredit, because the dad have testified that he left I think her credit card or driver's license out so the police could see it. So they have disturbed the crime scene. That'll probably be a problem, but they tried to keep it out of trial, but the judge ruled against it.
Yeah.
Jasmine Pace's blood, upon the execution of the search warrant, was located all over Jason Chen's apartment. It was obvious that Jason had tried to clean it up based on the scene. You'll see those photos. You'll see photos of cleaning products, but you're also going to see video of Jason Chen on November 23rd, 2022, buying cleaning products at multiple locations the same day that Jasmine's friends and family stopped hearing from her. You will learn that homicide investigators located Jasmine's body in this suitcase on the side of Sup Creek Road, in part due to Jason's own cell phone location records. They were able to track Jason using those cell phone location records throughout Chattanooga on the day of the 23rd. Walgreens, Walmart, most likely looking for a place to dump her body. But then eventually, at 6 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen leaves his apartment with a suitcase. He enters his vehicle and he drives to Suck Creek Road.
I like she put the pressure the same place I do. Suck. She's handling evidence.
You will learn of other efforts that Jason took to try to cover his tracks. How he ditched her vehicle in a random apartment complex on Mountain Creek Road so that it was no longer at his apartment building. He sent text messages to Jasmine's phone to try to create an alibi when she was dead inside of his apartment and he was in possession of her phone. You will hear facts of cover-up. You will learn that police never found Jasmine Pace's phone, but they did find her SIM card. The small chip that goes into the side of our phones to store all of our phone's information, her SIM card was located. Where was it? It was in a glasses case inside of Jason Chen's backpack that was in his possession when he was located by the Chattanooga Police Department. And when you think that you have seen enough evidence that Jason Chen...
There was no phone. They found her body in the suitcase, stabulated 60 times with her right hand and right wrist and ankle handcuffed together.
And killed Jasmine Pace. You will be convinced that he stuffed her body in this suitcase after placing it in trash bags, because you will hear from a fingerprint expert. The fingerprint expert will tell you that Jason Chen's fingerprints were found on the innermost trash bag
That's a coincidence.
surrounded her body. In the first few days of trial, you're going to see a few witnesses that may at first seem confusing to you. Bear with me. They are going to be laying the foundation for evidence that you will see through Chattanooga Police Department homicide investigator Zachary Crawford. Over the course of the upcoming week, the state of Tennessee will prove to you beyond any reasonable doubt that Jason Chen handcuffed, sliced, stabbed, packaged, and discarded Jasmine Pace. I ask that you carefully consider this evidence. The state of Tennessee will give you the dots, and we will help you connect them. At the end of trial, I'm going to humbly ask that you find Jason Chen guilty of murdering Jasmine Pace in the first degree and then of using her clothes. Thank you.
How long? Oh, I can't see that. Come on. That was 15 minutes. 15 minutes to do openings in a red rum case.
Good.
This lady should give classes to every other prosecutor in the world of American law, because she didn't spend 45 hours showing you pictures of what you're going to see again later. She just went straight to it. I liked it. We're going to do a poll, seeing if you like it, because
Yeah, she didn't drag on and on. I'm down.
No, and she moved she moved through what she's going to tell them and what she believes she can prove and what he did. Jamie just hate every woman.
I didn't hate her. I hated her at first, but I said she's grown on me.
Yeah, but that was to keep an expert out. But this is in front of the jury.
Fed, Jesus.
I told you when we were in Nashville that I wouldn't waste your precious time. I have no intention to waste it during the course of this trial. In the early morning hours of November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace. He didn't do it with premeditation. This is a voluntary manslaughter case. Voluntary manslaughter is the intentional or knowing killing of another in a state of passion produced by adequate provocation, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an.
So he did it, but he did it because she was nagging, is the defense.
Oh boy.
60
again.
stabulations. And it was because she was nagging. Well, I'm not. It could be because she didn't frolic enough or something, but because she provoked him.
Okay.
This is going to be a long trial from this guy.
Unreasonable manner. The state told you during jury selection that in order to prove first degree murder, they don't have to prove that it was killed, but there wasn't. The state told you in jury selection that they don't have to prove a motive. There isn't. What the state does have to do is prove premeditation, and can't, because there wasn't. Jason Chen is a first-generation Chinese American. He grew up in Owensville. His parents worked at a Chinese restaurant, one very hard-working in life. Jason graduated from high school and then went to college here at Chattanooga, at the University of Tennessee, at Chattanooga, UTC. In November of 2022, he was a senior with a major in computer science. The year before, he and Jasmine started communicating. They met on Tinder. And after exchanging messages back and forth, they started texting using iMessage. You're going to see the iMessages between Jason and Jasmine. You're going to see how their relationship progressed through these text messages. In 2021, they dated for a few months, but then lost touch. But then about 8 months later, in May of 2022, they rekindled that relationship.
The jury is not sequestered. The jury has been brought in from Nashville because they didn't believe they could get a fair trial in Chattanooga. So they are staying at a hotel in Chattanooga so they don't have to transfer back and forth. So the sequestration isn't really a sequestration like it was in the OJ case, but it is a sequestration because they are in a different town.
They started dating, seeing each other more and more. They obviously got much closer. They traveled to Chicago together that summer. And you're going to see through the text messages, someone was obviously more into this relationship than the other. Jasmine started getting feelings for Jason. And you're going to see through those text messages that Jason didn't reciprocate that as much as she did. Then you come to the week of November 22nd. It was Thanksgiving. Jasmine and her family lost their grandmother. She was in grief. And on the night of November 22nd, around 11 p.m., she came over to Jason's house. And they did what they always do. Wine, smoke pot, smoke wax, watch movies, and do what 22-year-olds did. On the night of November the 22nd, they were drinking wine in the back bedroom. You're going to see pictures of the apartment. This apartment is 500 square feet. You can get from the front door to the back door or back wall, less than 10 seconds walking. Very small apartment. In order to open one bottles of wine in the bedroom, Jason had to go to the kitchen and get a kitchen knife to take off that plastic wrapper that goes around the top of wine bottles. So he was able to get off the top of the wine bottle, the plastic wrapper, and he placed it on his nightstand. At a certain point, they finish off the bottle of wine, and Jasmine goes back into the kitchen to get another bottle. And there on the counter is Jason's cell phone. Ding, 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 ding. That familiar Tinder ding that Jasmine and Jason knew so well because that's how they met.
Oh, because she got mad because he was talking to other chicks.
I've
Is this where it's going?
I've had Tinder since Brandon paid me to make a Tinder. I never heard a distinct Tinder ding, 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 ding. So for someone who hasn't Tindered, is there a distinct Tinder ding, 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 ding when you're matching with someone, or if you're getting a message, or all my
Right.
notifications on my phone? I've tried to set them to different, so I know, okay, this is my email, this is my text. All of them just have the same noise, so I don't know what. No, because she was in the kitchen getting a new drink, and then she heard the phone, so she couldn't have been shackled. So he must have shackled her after he cuffed her.
Yeah, after they had a argument, I assume that's where he's going with this.
Yeah. No, I said I never had it, so I don't know if there is a specific ding, 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 ding that everyone, the instant, it's kind of like, if you start a video on the hub, there's a certain sound that people know, I've been told. Is there I didn't know Tinder had a specific noise.
Jasmine looked at his phone and saw all these messages with other girls.
I can't change them.
with other people. And this was infuriating to her. She was already in grief, and it sent her in an anger into a rage, and they started yelling and fighting verbally. Jason came into the kitchen, and you're going to hear from witnesses that can hear both of them arguing. You're going to hear from witnesses that heard this speech, not the words, but can hear them yelling. Jasmine attacked Jason with an empty wine bottle. And in reaction, Jason kicked her, and she fell backwards, knocking over wine glasses. She picked up one of the wine glasses and ran towards Jason, and Jason retreated, going from the kitchen to his bedroom, which you have to go through the bathroom. She chased after him, and he was trying to close the door to the bathroom, but couldn't because the bathmat got in the way. Then tried to run from the bathroom into the bedroom, but there was a pocket door, and it's impossible to close. And he gets back into his bedroom, and Jasmine's right there coming at him with this broken glass. Jason sees the knife, and he reacts. And he stabs. He blacked out. Your heart is racing. You're in that fight or flight response. Your adrenaline is running. You're in panic. You're in fear. You don't know what's going to happen next. He panicked. He comes to, and he's laying over Jasmine's body, kneeling over it. He's bloody. Sickened by it, Jason crawls on his hands and knees to the bathroom and throws up. He lays there for minutes, and then he goes back into the room and sees what he's done. scared, in a panic, and he doesn't know what to do. And I wish I was telling you right now that he called 911, that he called the police, but he didn't. He should have.
That was what the expert talked about, but he hasn't testified yet. He's only been what yet, but he said anxiety arousement.
But even if he had called the police, I still think that we'd be having the same trial today, arguing the exact same issues. From there, Jason decides that he has to cover this up. He has to hide what he's done. He's scared for what his future entails, but more importantly, the shame that he's going to bring on his family, the shame that comes with everything that he's being accused of today. So he sets down this course of trying to hide it. He places Jasmine in trash bags, puts the handcuffs on her after she is dead, so that way she can fit into the trash bags, and so that he can put her into that suitcase. And where he then takes her body in that suitcase and drops her by the banks of the Tennessee River here in Chattanooga. He then sets on a course to try to clean up the apartment to his best of his ability. He does a poor job. He tries to hide the fact that what he did by texting her parents, texting Jasmine's parents, by pretending to be her on social media, whatever he can do to give himself an alibi. It's selfish and it's wrong. But he panicked and he thought this was the best course of action. There's a couple other things that complicate this case. You're going to hear about Katrina Pace, Jasmine's mother.
Coming now.
Any person whose child is missing, who would go to such lengths and have such courage, should be commended. She broke into Jason's apartment to search for her daughter. She also went in other times than that first time. She went in at least 3 or 4 other times, doing 2 things. One, contaminating the scene. She couldn't have known what had happened there. I don't think that she purposely contaminated it. But what that's going to show in the evidence is the state's going to show you what's called luminol, blue star agent. That reacts with blood, and it creates a blue image. The cleaning materials and the blood that Jason cleaned up was tracked by Katrina Pace, all of her family that went in and out of this apartment. It was tracked by law enforcement officers going in and out, tracking all through the apartment. Police.
So they come in, walk around in all the blood, and that's why it shows up on the luminol. The only problem is we saw the pictures of the luminol. There's no footprints in it. It was splatter all over. And did they walk around in a carpet soaked in blood without noticing it was soaked in blood? That's not what the evidence will show.
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
But 93% liked the opening statements, and 6% thought it was bad from the state.
In this case, Chattanooga Police Department, and I'm embarrassed to say it, they were incompetent and impotent and unable to help Katrina Pace. In order to incentivize, in order to get the Chattanooga Police Department to look for their missing, look for Katrina's missing daughter, to get them to go and look for Jason and to arrest him, she had to stage the scene. She or perhaps others, I don't know, went into Jason's apartment after meeting with the Chattanooga Police Department to make the scene look more incriminating than it actually was. You'll see a knife on the bed that wasn't there when Chattanooga Police Department went through the apartment initially before the search warrant was issued. You're going to see the differences between what the apartment looked like beforehand and what it looked like after. The second issue is the incompetency and the ineffectiveness of the Chattanooga Police Department. You're going to hear Zach Crawford. You're going to hear him testify at this trial that he told Katrina Pace and her family that he would tarnish this investigation if it meant bringing Jasmine back. Well, that begs the question, what did he do, or what could he have done to tarnish this investigation? What could he have done to manufacture premeditation so the state could show that to you today and over the course of this week? I promised you not to waste your time. The state's talking about fingerprints on trash bags, DNA found at the scene. I don't intend to ask any questions about any of that. The only issue in this case is whether there's premeditation. If there is no premeditation, this is not first-degree murder. This killing didn't happen after calm and cool reflection as the law requires. This is Jason, after being sufficiently provoked, after having his girlfriend run at him with a bottle, with a broken glass, and him reacting in a panic, but acting irrationally. Jason Chen is guilty, but he's not guilty of the crime that he's charged. Jason Chen should be found guilty of the crime he did, not the crime he did. Thank you.
Remember, as always, defense lawyers are doing what they are supposed to do, defending their client. So yes, sometimes they come off smarmy, sometimes they come off a little sleazy, but I think it's smart of him that he's steering into it and trying to come up with another explanation for why she's not here anymore, because can he get it down to manslaughter instead of first or second degree, there'll be a whole heck of a lot less time spent in prison after. But I think it'll be really hard to get past the premeditation because of the numbers of stipulations. And I know the good old, oh, he blacked out. I've only had one red rum case. I have been a jury in exactly the same explanation. She provoked him. I blacked out. I woke up and I left the apartment, went to the neighbor because I knew I'd done something bad. I saw the pictures from that apartment. He had painted almost every square inch of several rooms with her, and you couldn't tell it was a person. But he blacked out and couldn't remember anything. There was blood everywhere. It's a convenient excuse. It's a very unbelievable excuse for most people, just like us here in chat, saying, "Are you effing kidding me?" That's too lame with the blackout.
The rule has been requested. If anybody's going to testify in this case, it's not the lead investigator for the case or the Pace family, you go to step out. John, by first.
Your Honor, I ask for DVD on your Honor's screen. The state's going to call to the stand Katrina Bean.
So you can play it through your laptop.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's 60 times is just too many. Again, you can accidentally, she can come at you and you can.
You may step out anytime, space.
Well, Your Honor.
State's first witness. Pace, hang on a moment, please. Swan, you want to talk to Ms. Pace for just a moment?
The state's first witness was sitting in the courtroom while they were doing opening. Okay.
Well, the court's give me 2 minutes, Judge.
Please step out.
They never have to, but every time you're claiming stuff like that, you need someone who's not, who were at the place to explain to the jury why they should believe their story. That's going to be the big problem. Is why should I believe that you did it in self-defense if there's nothing? The Tinder ding dang. She had him all wound up. He needed to distress a bit. She probably drank all the wine too. She was going for a second bottle of wine, and she didn't say anything about puzzles, paintings, playing with the dogs. Again, did we hear the word Yankee Candle in there somewhere? That's why you have to remember that it's any reasonable person would have done this, and you as a reasonable person instantly says when you hear 60 stabulations, that's not just something you accidentally do. You can have this, you're yelling, you're waving around a stabulator, and she comes at you and you defensively, it can happen. But then you go into all of that, and then he wanted to clean it up because he knew it was bad. No, it's the same with the Sarah Boone case. It's the same with a lot of cases. Pick up the horn. Yes, I know. Don't trust the popo. Call them. Say, I accidentally stabulated. There's a higher chance that you can get away with manslaughter or second degree than if you are hiding them at Suck Creek Road. It's defense opening. Admit Chen killed Pace. Claims it was a crime of passion. Says Jasmine found text from other girls and got angry. Claims Jasmine came at Chen first with a broken wine bottle. Jason Chen is guilty, but not of the crime he's charged with. Is she an expert? I don't know who she is. Yeah, I think it's the mother. I don't know when she was cuffed. I don't think if they can tell when she was cuffed. Oh yeah, that's even worse. And this is so, again, having this, the evidence made them have to go from a not guilty to well, he did it, but it wasn't on purpose, because he has his her SIM card. This is the Chandler Holderson all over again. Why the F don't you get rid of the incriminating evidence? Why did he try to hide the phones under some tin foil in the garage? You just right down to the nearest, I don't know, Burger King or something, drop it in their container, and people will never find it again. Yeah, they should have subpoenaed Tinder to prove it. Oh,
The state would call Katrina B.
yes, and of course he's innocent until proven guilty. Brandon, because he is mod of the year so far, is right. We don't put them on the cross until we have convicted them.
Stand, Your Honor.
That's why he's mod of the year 2025 so far.
Now you swear to trouble. Tell somebody not to get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Katrina, can you please state your name for the court's record?
Katrina Guyan.
And just gonna talk a little bit about yourself and your family before we get started. If you need a break, let us know. Do you live in Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you from Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Gregory Scott Bain.
Do you have children?
I do.
How many? 4. And is one of them Jasmine Pace?
Yes.
Who is Jasmine's biological father?
Travis Pace.
How old was Jasmine in November of 2022?
22 years old.
And can you describe for the jury, just generally, Jasmine's size?
She was tiny. Didn't even weigh 100 pounds.
Where was Jasmine living in November of 2022?
In our full house.
And where would your house with the pool house be located?
Our house is right above the full house.
What's the address?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
Is that Chattanooga? Was Jasmine working anywhere in 2022?
Yes, she worked for us.
And what does us mean? Can you explain that?
My husband and I have a construction company. She ran our office.
Ms. Bean, you're very soft-spoken. I will make sure that the jurors hear the witness, okay? Everyone okay? You can't just raise your hand, okay? Thank you, Ms. Bean.
Just use the mic.
I want you to talk to the jury about what was going on in your family the week of Thanksgiving in 2022, specifically the 21st and the 22nd. Can you talk to the jury about that?
My grandmother that raised me, that's my mom, fighting cancer. Just got finished her treatments and they had she was in a remission and she got sick and quickly within a 24-hour period we had to take her to the emergency room that morning of the 22nd. And she died that evening in the emergency room. With all of her family present, including Jasmine and myself.
Was Jasmine close to her grandmother?
Yes,
You testified that Jasmine lived in your pool house. How often were you seeing Jasmine in this period of time?
I saw Jasmine every day, on and off, all day, every day.
Because she lived there and she worked for you?
And we were very close.
At some point after her grandmother passed away, were you not able to get in touch with Jasmine?
Correct. Very next day.
Were you calling her?
I was calling and didn't answer. I sent messages
Was that abnormal?
to not hear from Jasmine, yes. And for her not to be there for her family, yes.
Did you know if she was seeing anyone in terms of a dating relationship?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Jason Chen.
And to your knowledge, what was their relationship at that point in time?
They're getting to know each other. She wasn't ready for us to meet him.
So you had never met him?
No,
She had never gone to the house?
no.
Was she private?
She does.
So, when was the last time you saw Jasmine?
November 22nd, 2022.
Do you know, about what time, what day she left your house for the last time?
It was about 11 o'clock at night, I guess.
What caused you to finally take a step to go to Verizon to see if you could check her cell phone records?
Objection. Lack of foundation.
Lay the proper foundation.
You testified that you could not get a hold of your daughter?
No,
Did you try on the 24th?
yes,
Were other friends and family trying on the 24th?
I'm not sure. I followed up with a friend that I had received a message from. Her phone line saying that she was going to be with, and couldn't get a hold of her, so I got a hold of her grandmother. Said that Jasmine had not been there for Thanksgiving. And a friend reached me and said that she had heard from Jasmine that she had not been up there, and I was immediately concerned, and I went to Verizon to see about her phone data, if I could locate her. I seen that there hadn't been any activity on her phone for several days, and so I bought a cheap phone in Verizon and had her phone line put on it so that I could get messages that sign into her car app.
Okay, let's pause there, because we just testified to a lot. So you testified just now that you learned that Jasmine was not with her friend who you thought she could have been with. Who was that friend?
Emma,
And how did you know that?
because her grandmother and her both said that she wasn't there with them,
Why did you think that Jasmine would have been with Emma?
because I received a message from Jasmine's phone on the 23rd, which at the time I didn't pay attention to the wording, because I was so upset about my grandmother. And
We don't know. They met through Tinder. It hasn't been established how long. Travis, that was her son, right? Who passed away.
But on the 26th, when I started getting really concerned, I went back and I read the text again, and the wording said, I'm going with my girlfriend, Emma, to spend Thanksgiving in South Carolina, which Jasmine wouldn't have texted me introducing Emma as her girlfriend because I knew Emma. Emma had spent lots of time around me. So there would be no reason for Jazzy to introduce her that way. That was odd. And then also, I was almost certain that Emma's family is from Kentucky, not South Carolina.
Did you reach out to Emma's family?
I did, her grandmother.
And what did you learn?
Jasmine had not been there with her.
Was that really what sparked your significant concern that something could be wrong?
Yes,
And so then you testified that you went to Verizon, is that correct?
yes.
Okay, now, so let's slow down. You went to Verizon and did explain to them what you asked for them to do and then what Verizon was able to do with Jasmine's phone.
So I logged into our account because Jasmine's phone line is on our plan. And I looked at her activity on her phone line, see if calls made out, calls coming in, text message, if there was any data activity, anything. And there hadn't been for several days.
Okay. No calls? No activity on apps? What is the My Chevy app?
It's an app that tracks your vehicle's movements.
What kind of vehicle did Jasmine drive?
A Chevy SUV.
Okay. And is My Chevy something that comes with the vehicle?
It is.
With every Chevrolet?
I'm not sure.
You knew at that time that it came with Jasmine's stuff?
Yeah.
Were you involved in purchasing Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do to log into the My Chevy app?
I had her phone line put on as a different phone that I had to confirm the text. You get a confirmation so you can log in.
Okay. And what was the point of looking at the My Chevy? It might seem obvious, but what was the point?
So I could locate her car. I couldn't locate her, hadn't talked to her, found out that she wasn't where I received a message saying she was going to be or who she was going to be with. So the next thing would be to find her car, and maybe I find her.
And did the My Chevy app show that she left her house on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
And did it show you a destination for her vehicle on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
I'm going to show you two separate pictures and just ask you to look at them for a second.
Someone said that the timeline didn't flow well. As I see it, the timeline, what we have heard about so far is at around 11 o'clock, at around 11 p.m., here it's written in real numbers. That's the last time the mom sees her. Then on the 23rd, she gets the message going with Emma to spend Thanksgiving. And she didn't going with my girlfriend, Emma. And she didn't think about it until the 26th when she found it weird that she hadn't heard from her. And she said, why is she writing girlfriend Emma? Because I know Emma. And she checks her Verizons, and there hadn't been anything done on the phone. And then she checks the My Chevy app. And then on that one, she can tell that she left the house on the 22nd. So that's the timeline as I got it so far.
Do you recognize those two pictures?
Yes.
What is that?
This is from the My Chevy app, a map and then a timeline of her car's movements on November 22nd at 11:27.
Well, Kim, let's do it while I remember it. This case is about Jason Chen, who is accused of unaliving Jasmine Pace. They were in some kind of relationship. They were met on Tinder, and we haven't heard how deep the relationship was. The mom didn't know him, but they're 22 years old. I don't know if you bring him home to mama right away. She goes missing on the 22nd of November and is later found at Suck Creek Road in Tennessee, stuffed in a suitcase, 60 new holes in her hands, her right hand and her right ankle handcuffed together. The state claims he went cray-cray and just stabulated her and threw her away. The defense claims, yes, he stabulated her, but she was attacking him with a broken wine bottle because she had heard that telltale Tinder message sound and just got jealous. He blacked out, woke up. She had 60 new holes in her, and to make her fit into the suitcase, he cuffed her hand and her ankle, and because he was afraid of the police, he sent her. He packed her in the suitcase and threw her off by Suck Creek Road. So he's guilty of involuntary manslaughter, according to the defense. The state is going with first degree. They will have to prove it's premeditated, and this is how far. This is the first witness. It's the victim's mom. So it's supposed to be a 10-day trial.
Yeah.
Do these photos accurately represent what you saw when you pulled up from my Chevy app on November 26, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be State's Exhibit number 1. It's 2 pages.
There you go. Exhibit 1.
Permission published.
Apparently, near Chattanooga, it got a lot of attention. They claim it had national attention. I have heard nothing about it, and I looked it up when I saw this. The last hearing in the case in last week, I was looking at it. The audio was even worse back then, and I saw nothing about it in any. I didn't get any hits. I got another Jason. I think he's either a pianist or something.
All right, so I know that this is strange where you're sitting, but this is going to be behind you, so you can sort of turn and also talk to the jury at the same time.
No. He don't have any personality disorder. He's just he blacked out because she attacked her, and then adrenaline kicks in. He blacked out, and then she had 60 new holes.
So Chevrolet Smart Driver, that's sort of how we know it's a Chevrolet, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then November 22nd, 2022, that this reflects the time that her vehicle showed?
Yes.
Okay. And you see this black dot up there?
Yes.
What does that represent to you?
That's the area that my house is at.
Okay.
I'm sure.
All right. The second page of State's Exhibit 1. Does this show you the address from which the vehicle left and arrived?
Yes.
And can you read that address out loud?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
Right.
That's my address.
And then destination?
The 108 Tremont Street.
Did you know at that time what was at 108 Tremont Street?
No.
Did it mean anything to you?
No.
Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
What is that?
Also another map and timeline of her car's movements from the app.
Okay, and is that an accurate reflection of what you saw on the My Chevy app attached to Jasmine's car in November of 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, that's this was State's Exhibit number 2. It's a 2-page document.
Exhibit 2.
All right, so now we pull this up on the screen. This black dot down here, what does that mean to you?
That's where her car started.
Well, around, and you can look at State's Exhibit number 1 if you like. What approximate location do you recall? What approximate location was that?
The Tremont Street.
Okay, and then, can you see here where that, do you see what that little black dot says? Can you read that? Would you agree that it says start? Here it is. Would you agree that it says start?
Yes. Yes, it says that.
Okay, and so this is November 23rd. This is the next day, right?
Yes.
And so what does that black dot say?
That's where the vehicle stopped.
Okay, next page here, this will help you a little bit. So the My Chevy app showed that on November 23rd, 2022, a vehicle started at 108 Tremont Street.
You can get you can get an app that'll tattletale. You have those kind of apps? I don't think we have anything like this. Is this so parents can make sure if their kids are on their insurance plan that they don't drive like idiots? That's, or is it some kind of insurance thing? That's, I have to say, well, it's good in court cases, but imagine that they keep this kind of information on you. I hope it's because you want them to do it, but that's kind of scary.
Yes,
And then ended just a few minutes later, arrived rather at 900 Mountain Creek Road. Is that correct?
yes.
So, Ms. Bean, based on this, what did you and your family proceed to do?
We went to 900 Mountain Creek Road
Why?
because that's where her car was last.
And at this point in time, who was with you?
My husband and
No, this is a Chevy app. You're thinking about Live 360. That's the one they used in the Karen Reed case. That only works on Jen's daughter, not on Jen's phone. It's a smart card thing. If you have a computer in your car, that's what happens. It's pretty scary. I'm happy I'm poor, so I have an old car. In the US, insurance companies advertise that if you're a safe driver, you get a discount. This is probably how you prove it. I could take a 360 picture of my car right now.
I believe my Jasmine's sister, Gabby, had met us there. I don't remember why she arrived. My oldest son.
Okay, is that it?
I think so.
What was located at 900 Mountain Creek Road?
My daughter's car.
What area was that
It's apartment buildings. It was in the back corner of the apartment buildings.
though? When you say it, you mean her vehicle was?
Yes.
So explain to the jury what you did when you arrived at 900 Mountain Creek Road. What did you and your family proceed to do?
We told the police.
After you found her vehicle,
Yeah.
did you fairly quickly find her vehicle?
Yes, it took us right to it.
The My Chevy app took you right to it?
The address on my Chevy app.
Took you right to her vehicle? Was anybody in her vehicle?
No.
Were the doors locked?
Yes.
And then you say that you called the police.
Yes.
Did a police officer come to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes.
There are 4 photos here, Ms. Bean. I could just take a look at those.
And to anyone who will tell me in a second, your phone already tracks you. I know that, but it's still.
You recognize those photos?
Yes.
And I know I
What's the
drive
reason
like a
those
granddad,
photos?
but
My daughter's car is in 2 of the photos, and my husband and I are in a photo. And on another photo, you can see Jasmine's sister, myself, talking on the phone to Jason Chen, and my husband also in the corner talking to the officer.
Do you know if these photos are from a body camera from November 23rd, 2022?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Was that, are they taken from the point of view of the officer to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect what that apartment building and that parking lot looked like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
That has to be 4 photos.
Are they separate photos?
Therefore,
Okay, if we mark them separately, I think it's easier to pull for you.
yes, Your Honor.
So it's three, unless that will mess up your presentation.
No.
Okay. It's 3, 4, 5, and 6. One mark. Go ahead.
Sure.
Does it matter what order?
Yeah.
So I'll be prefer the exhibit number when you're talking.
Yes.
Jurors, you will be able to take these exhibits back to the courtroom with you, so when you hear a witness or you're talking about exhibit 3, exhibit 5, make a note of it, it'll make it easier for you to refer to the juror. Thank you, gentlemen.
Behind you, Ms. Bean, you will see State's Exhibit number 6. Is that yourself in the white t-shirt?
Yes,
Who is that next to you?
my husband.
And I'm gonna have you with this pointer here, you can see that red.
He looks really, really young.
If you can point out Jasmine's vehicle.
Right there.
Okay, and that is the white Chevrolet. Okay. Then,
Also, right there, Jasmine's vehicle.
okay, State's Exhibit number 5 is what the witness is looking at, and that, again, the closest vehicle to us, correct, is Jasmine's vehicle.
Correct.
This would be State's Exhibit number 3. Describe who we see in that photo.
That is Jasmine's sister, Gabby Pace. That's myself. That's my husband.
Okay. One more photo, and then I'm gonna go back to this one. I'm sorry. I think we have 2 of the same exhibit, Judge.
Just call exhibit 4 duplicate and
Yes, Judge.
to the point.
64 is the duplicate, Judge. Okay. Katrina, did you,
Are we eliminating that exhibit or?
It's exhibit 4, so I can go ahead and refer to it as exhibit.
Okay, I just want to make sure I give her this.
combine those? Do you know anybody that lives at 900 Mount Creek Road?
No,
Did you ever know Jasmine to visit 900 Mount Creek Road?
no,
Did you knock on any doors that night?
we knocked on so many doors. The apartment complex is large, but I can't tell you how many doors we knocked on.
Did you find anything significant?
No,
So you testified that in one of these photos, which is the photo that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit number 3, that you were on the phone with Jason Chen, correct? Why did you call Jason Chen at this location?
I actually didn't even realize it was him at first. I had her call log. I just got from Bryson and going over and seeing who she talked to recently, and so I was just calling the numbers on her call log.
When was the last time that she had talked to this number that you called?
The night before the 22nd.
And do you recall, based on her phone records, for how long that conversation lasted?
Yes, it was 71 minutes.
So to be clear, when you called Jason here in this photo that we're looking at, you didn't know it was Jason Chen?
Not until he said his name.
Had you spoken to him before this moment? And you said before he said his name was Jason Chen, did he verify that it was Jason?
Yes.
Did you ask him when the last time was that he saw Jasmine?
I did. I started off with letting him know that she's missing. If he wanted to know if he had any idea where she would be at, because they were dating, and asked when he last spoke to her, how did she seem? I don't remember what all I asked him, but those were the,
Did he seem concerned?
no, he didn't.
And he said that he hadn't spoken to her. When was the last time you said you spoke to her?
I don't remember what he said. I remember that it was a lie. I had him on speakerphone. But I don't recall what he said.
Did he admit to talking to her on
I can creep on you if you want to, Brandon.
the 22nd when you asked him when the last time was that he
I
spoke to her?
think from what I can remember, he changed his story and said, oh, I did talk to her. And I asked for how long. And he had said just a few minutes, I believe. And, I muted the conversation and asked the officer, should I confront him? He has just lied about multiple things. I have the proof right here. And that's what sticks out to me.
Did you confront him?
I did.
What did he say?
That he had to get off the phone. He was at the airport.
Did you ask him where he lived?
I did ask him where he lived.
And what did he say?
500 Tremont Street.
Did he ask you any questions
No,
about Jasmine?
no,
Did he ask you any questions about what you guys had done to find her?
no,
Did he offer his assistance?
no.
So, do you recall the name of the officer that came to Mountain Creek Road?
Pierre, I believe.
Okay, and describe to the jury how helpful, in your opinion, Officer Pierre was able to be.
He took a report, gave me a card, said that he would pass the information along to a detective that would be assigned. I would probably hear from them in 24 to 48 hours. And that's really all he could do.
He, do you recall if he was gonna go to 500 Tremont Street to see if Jason was there?
I asked him to follow me, and he said he could not do that.
Do you recall if at any point in time while he was there, he tried to contact another, potentially an investigator with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember. I was on the phone with Jason Chen.
Did anybody else from the Chattanooga Police Department come to Mountain Creek Road?
I do not believe so.
At Mountain Creek Road or soon thereafter, did you receive a call from anybody from the Chattanooga Police Department?
No,
No investigator called you to follow up?
no.
So did Officer Pierre leave Mountain Creek Road?
Yes,
When he left, were you still there?
yes.
And what did you proceed to do?
We called a tow for our daughter's vehicle to get towed to our house. We continued knocking on doors, showing pictures of my daughter, asking if anyone had seen her. We talked to the security officer at the apartments to see if he could help us with footage, since we knew the timing when her vehicle entered there.
It's not leading until someone objects to it.
So we could see if Jasmine was driving the vehicle. So we know where to start looking. We started calling friends and family, asking for help to look for her.
Let me pause right there. Did you speak with the security officer at Mountain Creek Road?
I did.
Do you recall the name?
I do not.
That's okay. Did Officer Pierre assist you in contacting that security officer? Do you recall?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you did speak to the security officer on this night?
I did. And then he actually called me back, and we went back there to look at security footage after he was able to get it.
And did you view that security footage?
I did.
Did it show your daughter's vehicle arriving at Mountain Creek Road?
It did.
Did you see who was inside?
No, I couldn't tell.
Okay.
Yeah, for those who haven't watched it, the cops didn't believe there was any problem. She will get to it in a bit, but they jimmy the door and go in and find her stuff inside of the apartment because the police just say, "Yeah, call me if you hear from her." It's the good old thing. You're not missing until you've been gone for 48 hours or something.
All right. So back to what you all did after that. Stayed at Mountain Creek Road. You talked to the security officer. At what point did you leave Mountain Creek Road?
Shortly after that, we went to 500 Tremont Street.
Why?
Jason Chen said that's where he lived.
What was it, 500 Tremont Street?
It was a abandoned house that was under construction. We spoke to some neighbors, asking, showing Jasmine's picture and asking if they had seen her.
Did you go other locations as well after you left Mountain Creek Road?
I did. By this time, there was multiple people sending in messages to Jasmine's best friend Bailey and about where he possibly lived, people that had worked with him.
You say him, you mean Jason Chen?
I do.
Okay.
I went to Mr. Burrito downtown because I was above there's apartments that he, somebody called in and said that he lived there. He did prior to live there, but it wasn't there no more, so we just kept going and looking at any place that.
And who all was with you?
To those of you who have watched the intro to this over on Grizzlies and followed this case, how old is this mother? She looks so young. I know I'm 27 and I have a kid that's 23 years old, but still, she looks very young.
Did anybody else join the search party?
Yes, Travis Pace and his girlfriend Jackie. I'm not sure her last name.
Travis and Jasmine Pace.
Correct.
Anybody else?
And his girlfriend at the time, Jackie. And then later on in that evening, a friend of ours, Wayne Tubbs, had joined us too.
Yeah, someone said earlier she looks like Ashley Benefield. Yeah, if they had put on that look a little bit younger for court, she could look. She could be in her late 20s. I don't know. As one who's 27, I would say she could look like someone in her 20s.
Is there anywhere else throughout the night that you went looking for Jasmine before you arrived at 110 Tremont?
I don't remember everywhere that we went. It was, I had slept a couple of days and we were just searching everywhere. Once the security officer from the apartments had got back with us, we were, at one class we just spoke to Chen's parents, which they just said, don't call back again. And we went back to the apartments to view the security footage. And while doing so, I looked back at mine and her messages.
You and whose messages?
Mine and Jasmine's messages.
Okay.
And seeing that she had sent me a pin drop, her location. And that's why we went to the 110 Tremont.
What caused you to look back at your and Jasmine? So when you say conversations, you mean your text thread?
Yes, our text thread.
what caused you to go back and look at that?
I don't remember. We were trying to get the footage working at the apartments with the help of the security officer. And I went on our thread and I seen it. And I didn't notice it before because I had sent her a pin drop on the 22nd because we normally had been taking my grandmother to the hospital downtown, and we didn't that day. And so I had sent her a pin drop showing her what hospital we were at. So, and I didn't notice that she had sent me a pin drop because I thought it was a pin drop I had sent to her.
Objection.
First objection. Woohoo.
I want to clear something up, Katrina. When you say that you located a pin drop, which is basically location sharing, you said from Hurricane Jasmine, you don't actually know whether it was her or not, but it came from her phone. Is that correct? So you can't testify whether or not she actually sent the pin drop.
No,
But did you have her number saved in your phone?
I didn't.
And did it come from what
Her
was
phone line.
her phone line? Okay. And do you recall approximately the day and time that location was shared from that phone with you?
It was November 23rd at 2:18 in the morning.
2:18 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the pin drop coordinates from the message.
Does that accurately reflect what your phone showed when you clicked on that location that was shared with you?
Yes.
And was this photo taken by the Chattanooga Police Department?
I'm not sure.
Is that a picture of your phone?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, ask this state's exhibit number 7.
Objection.
It could be one, I would say this could be one, judge, they go together, so 7.
So,
All right, so just, how do you look at the screen again? Is this what was shared with you from your daughter's phone?
Yes.
And is that another photo, when you click on that location, is this another photo that comes up?
Yes.
What is, where this red is, what is this building?
Apartment complex, Jason Chen lives.
So, when you saw this location that had been shared with you, what did you do?
We leave if we go to that location.
Same people with you at this time?
At the moment, it was just Gabby, Travis, Jackie, and myself. Wayne Tubbs had met up with us later on that evening after we arrived there.
What was your reaction when you saw this location drop?
I was scared because that was not normal. Jasmine had never sent me a pin drop location in the middle of the night.
At the time that you saw the location drop, did you know of anybody that's lived or
No,
frequented this building?
no.
So you traveled to this location, do you recall what the address was?
I believe it's 110 Tremont Street.
Okay. And it's an apartment building, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then have you turn around? Katrina, I've just pulled up Google Maps, okay? Anyone can access this. Do you recognize this location?
Yes,
And what is this?
that is the apartment building that I found my daughter's stuff in.
Okay, and do you recall when you got there, if you entered into a particular door that you could see in this photo?
I went into the door right there.
Okay. Let's see, the door, you're pointing to the only door you can see in this photo, is that correct?
Correct.
Double door. And then, is this a parking lot?
It is.
Is there a parking lot on the other side of the building?
I'm not sure.
Where did you all park when you got there?
I actually parked right back behind my car.
On the street?
I did it right by the parking lot.
Okay. Everybody's together, and so how did you get into the apartment building?
Actually, a gentleman that lived there let us in.
Did you tell them why you were there?
Yes,
And then what did you proceed to do in the building?
we knocked on every door. We were also trying to follow the coordinates with our phone to guide us to the coordinates that was sent to me.
What were you asking people when you knocked on their door?
If they had seen my daughter, showed them pictures.
And did something cause you to arrive at apartment 210?
Yes,
What was that?
spoke to a neighbor that told me that
It's not going to matter now.
From prior hearing, I believe this is going to explain why she did what she did. So for the non-hearsay purpose, shall be objection number. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear the witness describe.
Nothing really. She's just, we checked all the apps. We found all the addresses. We got some leads to where she might be. We talked to a lot of people. We really didn't get anything.
Statements made by someone else other than her. They're not to be taken for the truth of the matter, sir. They're only to be taken for the admissibility purpose of explaining why Ms. Bean did what she did. May continue.
So what led you to apartment 210?
neighbor said that he heard a woman scream within several minutes of the pin drop that I had received from my daughter.
Was he,
And from that direction, and Jason's apartment door was the only one that someone didn't answer.
so the person told you that the scream had come from a certain apartment. Was that apartment 210?
It was,
And did you and your family knock on that door?
we did, no one answered it.
Okay. Explain to the jury what you and your family members then proceeded to do.
I got a credit card for my wallet and my car, and we broke into the apartment. I knew something was too close to when my daughter sent me a pin of her coordinates. The coordinates were almost exact.
Was anybody there?
No,
What did you start doing when you got into the apartment?
we opened up the door and seen cleaning supplies and a notebook. I opened the notebook, seeing that it was Jason Chen's apartment. Opened up,
How did the notebook let you know that it was Jason's apartment?
it had his name on it.
Okay.
Opened up desk drawers, found my daughter's ID and credit cards. I stain on the counter, a little travel bag of hers.
So you located some of Jasmine's belongings.
I did.
And you mentioned a desk. Where, when you walk in the door to Jason's apartment, can you describe to the jury where the desk was at?
You walk in, it would be to your right.
Okay? And who was it that opened that drawer of his desk?
I don't remember if it was myself or Travis. They were all right together. I took pictures of us entering and took pictures of the credit cards and the ID in the desk.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What are
Jason Chen's apartment door, and right when you first walk into his apartment.
Does that photo depict the desk that you were just testifying to?
Yes.
Is that what you recall looking like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's the stakes next to exhibit.
Exhibit, sorry, just the two exhibits.
There are two photos.
Let's make them 8 and 9. Looking for it. And let's finish marking.
8 and 9. I'm showing the jury what's been marked now as State's Exhibit 9. So, Ms. Pace, you testified to, what is this behind you?
Jason Chen's door.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 8. Explain to the jury where we're at in Jason's apartment in relation to the door.
The doors to the left of this shoe rack.
And is that the desk here to the right that you were talking about?
Yes.
And do you recall what side of the desk the drawer was on?
There's two to the front.
And can you describe where in the drawer her driver's license and credit cards were?
The defense claims they were Tinder dating, and it was progressing. The mom never met him. They had some kind of relationship.
Just open the doors right there in the corner.
Were they stacked on top of one another? Were they spread out?
I don't remember. I think they were pretty much stacked together. Not perfectly. I took a picture of it.
Do you recall whether you saw the driver's license first or the credit cards first?
I do not recall. I just remember seeing my daughter's license and credit cards.
Do you recall seeing the license and the credit cards before or after you saw her other belongings, the bag?
I saw the bag when I first walked in.
Okay. And can you tell her again, I think you said the counter, where was her bag?
It was just a little bag. It's right there at the back left, that counter right there, on the edge of the picture. It was right there on that.
What kind of bag was it?
It's just a little.
He was studying political science, right? What this crazy wall? Why is he having that? It seems super random to have a wall like this and then a flower picture next to it. But in the picture before he dressed up for court and got a haircut, he did look very, very different.
Travel bag.
Yes, it has been ruled on because they broke into his apartment and kind of staged some evidence in there. But the funny thing is, he admitted to doing it. So I'm been thinking since the opening statement, should the state have shifted gears? now he's admitting it, kind of like in the Karen Reed case. Stop putting too much weight on, oh, we found her at this apartment. I was following the Chevy app. I was going to Verizon, and just go straight to the technical evidence that it's premeditated because this, and that. It's good to get the mom in there, tell her that when she reached out to him, he didn't say anything. But still, I would probably, with that strategy from the defense, I would limit my case in chief and just try to hammer home the premeditation aspect, because they don't have to prove he did it, because he admitted to doing it. He's just claiming she attacked him and it was manslaughter. I think they could get a little bit lost in the weeds, because even though this is the grieving mom, I'm kind of zooming out with the and she dropped a pin, and I went to Verizon. It's all well and good, but as a juror member, if I knew he said I did it, I don't care about, we went to his apartment, we went looking for her. We know he did it. I just want to get the meat and the potato, which is, why did he do it?
And did you contact law enforcement at 110 Tremont Street?
We did.
Okay. And did patrol come to the location?
They did.
Were they able to?
I don't have a wall like that. Look, my wall, well, I have a map, and then I have some drawings my family made, and then I have my super stickers, some Dolly Parton stuff. My wall isn't that crazy.
No,
Did a investigator come out?
no,
Did you talk to Zach Crawford with the homicide division?
no,
Did you talk to any detective in the missing persons division?
no.
Did patrol leave that apartment that night without doing anything?
Yes. I mean, they took another report and
Told you,
they talked to the neighbor.
but told you what?
And they passed along the information to the detective that it was assigned to.
Okay. When patrol left the apartment building that night, did you and your family members also leave?
We went down to our vehicles and we waited until police left.
And then what'd you do?
I went back in
For
to
what?
his apartment
For what?
to get whatever, anything that I thought I could use to help find my daughter.
Were you frustrated?
I was scared.
Did you take items?
I did.
What'd you take?
I took electronics, phones and tablets and
How many phones? Do you recall how many phones you found in Mr. Chen's
there was
apartment?
multiple.
Okay. And what else?
Notebooks. I don't remember what all. There was
How many times do you think you went back into Jason's apartment?
like 2 or 3 times after that. And I took whatever I thought I would have to hire a private investigator for. I don't know, I was panicking. I didn't know what I needed to be able to find her. So I took whatever that I thought possibly I could go through and help find clues about where my daughter would be.
How many times, I'll ask it this way, what period of time was it that you were entering and exiting the apartment?
That morning after the police had left.
Would that have been the morning of November 27th?
Would have been, yeah.
Okay. So was it that day?
My timeline kind of, I hadn't slept still.
Do you know what day it was the last time you went into Jason's apartment?
I did not go into Jason Chen's department again after we met with Officer Crawford and
Okay.
was getting some help.
Okay. You're gonna be asked questions, as we now know, about staging crime scene. Katrina, did you have any idea what had happened to your daughter?
No,
Did you have any desire to pin it on to Jason Chen at that point?
I was still looking for my daughter.
Did you ever bring anything into the apartment and leave it there?
No,
Did you take massive quantities of Jasmine's blood and pour it in the floor?
I didn't see any of Jasmine's blood.
You didn't take
I-
anything into the apartment, did you?
No,
Did you move things around so that police would see items in certain places?
no,
Were you concerned at that point about the police investigation?
I wasn't thinking about a police investigation. I was just trying to find her. I was insanely scared. That's not bad. What's going on?
At some point, finally, did investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department get involved?
Yes,
What was the first contact you had with them?
well, Officer Tumlin, I had sent the pictures and the information I had myself and her friends had collected. And he had informed me not to call him on weekends. He would get back to me in normal business hours.
You know, Officer Tomlin, do you know what division of the CPD he worked with?
I don't.
Okay, did you talk to him and I'm sorry, continue.
And then after that, Officer Crawford and Emery got involved.
At some point, did investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department come to your home to take photos of some of the items you had taken from Jason's apartment?
Yes,
And to be clear, did you take Jasmine's driver's license and her credit cards from Jason's apartment
yes,
to your house?
yes.
Do you recognize these photos, Katrina?
Yes,
Were those photos taken at your home?
Yeah.
Are those photos taken of items that you took from Jason Chen's apartment?
yes.
Yes, you see that these four photos with your school judge, these next four exhibits.
For 13.
State's Exhibit 13. Katrina, is that your daughter? Is that her valid driver's license?
Yes.
Underneath that driver's license, are those her credit cards that you took from Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes.
Is this a photo of other items that were taken from Mr. Chen's apartment,
Yes.
including that cell phone on top? It looks like some clothing items.
Yes.
What number is that there?
I'm sorry. That was State's 12. Now we are showing this being State's Exhibit 11. More items, again, 4 phones, and then what is this item right here?
I don't even remember, but it looks like a camera.
Okay.
Camera.
And was there some type of iPad in this?
Correct.
And these are to the right, some of the notebooks that you took.
Yes.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 10, this is sort of a further back photo, is that correct? And it shows, again, Jasmine's driver's license and credit card, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also allow investigators to view and potentially collect items from the pool house that Jasmine was staying in?
Yes.
Describe the pool house for the jury.
Right below our house. In front of a pool,
Their place to sleep.
there is.
Was Jasmine staying there temporarily, or was that her place of residence long term?
She was staying there temporarily
Why?
because we've had, been working on,
I believe he was at his parents' house in Nashville.
the house at the bottom of our driveway. It was almost finished. It was for her.
She was living in a pool house while her house was being built. Showing the witness 4 photos. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
What are
They're of the outside of my pool house and the inside of it.
they? Were those photos taken the week of November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Is that what the pool house looked like at that time?
Yes.
Does it show some of Jasmine's belongings?
Yes.
Your Honor, ask that these 4 photos be the State's next witnesses.
14 through 17.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. Ms. Dean, is that your pool house?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 15. Is that the bathroom in the pool house?
Yes.
That would have been the bathroom that Jasmine was using?
Yes.
Another photo of the bathroom?
Yes.
To the left is the shower, is that correct?
Correct.
Sorry, this is State's Exhibit 16, and then lastly, State's Exhibit 17. This is a photo of the shower.
Yes.
Would you agree that the item there located at the base of the shower is a toothbrush?
It is.
A toothbrush?
It is.
Let's be clear about something for the jury, Ms. Bean. Police department came to your home on this night, correct? Did you ever go back to Jason's apartment after the police department came to your home on this night?
No,
Why?
because I felt like they were gonna help me.
Were you aware that a search warrant was executed at Jason's apartment on November 28th, 2022?
Yes,
What was the next contact that you had with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember.
Were you informed that your daughter's blood had been found inside Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes,
Thought I had a moment, Judge. Katrina, you've been to all the court dates in this case, haven't you?
almost all of them, except for a couple I had to listen to on live.
You've never heard the defendant admit that he murdered your daughter? Ever?
No.
First time you heard that story was today?
Yes.
Is that what affected you when you were first?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Never heard of it.
How comfortable is Officer Pierre at the apartments?
Took a report and gave me a card.
Trying to check in with police department helpful if mind you were at down the street or at the single view apartments.
No.
You then went from there to Waffle House.
No.
At some point you went to Waffle House.
Yes.
And that's where you discover the pin drop from Jasmine's phone.
To my recollection, no, it was after Waffle House. Waffle House, we called his parents.
But you saw that message and that's what led you to Jason Chen's apartment complex.
No, I wasn't at Waffle House. I believe I was at the apartment complex when I seen the pin drop, and that is what led us to the apartments.
You were interviewed by police about what happened at Jason's apartment, weren't you?
Yes.
What did you tell the police about how you got inside?
That we knocked hard and that it opened up.
That was a lie.
It was.
And then do you remember testifying previously in this case?
I do.
And just like today, then you took an oath, didn't you?
I did.
You swore to tell the truth,
Yes.
the whole truth,
Yes.
and nothing but the truth.
Yep.
What did you tell this court on how you got, or how you entered into the apartment?
That we opened up the credit card.
Did you say during that hearing Who opened the door with the credit card?
I don't remember.
If you saw a copy of your transcript of your testimony of that day, would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Please go ahead and read over your previous testimony and let me know when you have an opportunity or when you're done.
Okay. Did you mean to give me two separate pages that are
Keeping them
page
together.
28 and 45?
No, ma'am, I just had to keep the document. But if, I'll take those back. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, that we entered in.
Who did you tell the court opened the door at the hearing in which you testified?
Travis,
And did you say whether or not you could see him open the door?
I was behind him. I didn't see him do it, but
Did you not just testify on direct that you opened the door with a credit card?
no, I did not. So that we went down and I got a credit card from my wallet.
And who opened the door?
Travis opened the door.
And did you see him do it?
I was behind him. I can't say that I seen him or watched him do it, but he was opening it and then we got in, so.
Here's page 45. You can read that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Refresh my recollection on,
How you made entry into Jason Chen's apartment.
I already said that we used a credit card and entered his apartment.
And what did you say on that day?
It says right here. You asked, would you remember whether or not someone had to use a credit card to jimmy the door open for you to get in? I said, I don't remember, actually. And I believe that was because you were asking about the next time we got in, not the original time.
Why would you have to use a credit card to get in a second or third time after you bought it?
Because I'm assuming it was locked.
And so after the first time of entering the apartment, you didn't unlock the door.
Pardon me?
After the first time of entering the apartment, you didn't unlock the door.
Did I unlock the door?
You did not unlock the door.
I don't know. I don't remember the details of if a door was locked or if a drawer was opened or a cabinet or who did it. I don't remember those details. Those were not relevant details to me in the moment because who opened a cabinet or a door or
Why is your testimony different today than it was?
it isn't. And I'm recalling it to the best of my ability for something that happened 2.5 years ago that I hadn't slept and I was scared to death.
So when I asked you back in February last year, so you went in there, how did you get into the apartment? You said, I don't remember.
Oh, well, that was for the second time. And I don't remember.
And you're saying that you went back into the apartment 2 or 3 times?
Yes,
After you had gone through Jason's apartment? Well, let me ask this, how many people went into Jason's apartment?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I can't count that I was there.
Who else?
Gabby and Travis, I don't know who else, if anyone else went in.
And after you found out this one was in there, all the police,
Yes,
how many police officers responded?
2 or 3.
Did any of those officers go inside?
Yes,
Were you aware that they were wearing blindfolds?
I wasn't.
Would you remember what the apartment looked like when you went in on that day?
I can't say that exactly. I would.
If we could have the best laptop.
I like her jacket. Brandon is in the mood today. And again, it doesn't matter that she broke into his apartment. He admitted to doing it.
I will say it's right. Now we're two.
Sorry. I thought he said they were going to stretch. Oh, they're going to the side.
Sorry, Judge, the technology seems to
We've been wrestling with it all morning to take time.
This case, we're not trying to speak, do you recognize the scene? What's happening?
They're not gonna- law enforcement.
And what are you talking about?
I don't know. I have no idea what they're talking about.
You remember officers, Chattanooga police officers entering into Jason Chen's apartment while you're standing there in the hallway?
I honestly, I've spent over 2 years trying to cope and deal and not think about every moment of that night. In all fairness, I don't remember.
So you wouldn't remember what the apartment looked like, but I would show you a video of it.
I would remember some of it, I'm sure, but to be able to recall every detail.
They didn't, as far as I understand, when she contacted the neighbor, they said, we heard something like a woman in distress. But I don't think they called the popo.
Tell the apartment, no, I couldn't.
You said that you didn't do anything about
The jury can't see what he's showing her, but if she's saying, I don't remember, he will have to lay foundation what it is before he can show the jury.
No,
Do you know anyone else that did?
I don't know.
Did anyone in what state tried as your search warrant? Do you know what they went into the apartment without?
I don't know.
Has anyone told you they moved around things in Jason's Chen's apartment to make it look more incriminating?
No,
Officer Brayson went into Jason Chen's apartment after you went in, correct?
Okay.
Is that right?
I don't remember the officer's names in there, but
What officers know?
correct.
Why would the apartment look different after the police went in there than when they were in? Who changed it?
I have no idea.
Katrina, to what extent would you have gone to find your daughter? Did you believe that she could have been in Jason Chen's apartment that day?
Yes,
Did you believe at the time that there could be things in the apartment that could lead you to your daughter?
yes,
Are you aware? Do you know whether or not Mr. Chen went to his apartment after you entered his apartment?
I don't know.
You said you would do anything about your daughter?
What did you?
Of course.
Okay.
What you bring into a apartment?
To find my daughter? Yes.
You can hide a place.
I was just trying to find my daughter.
You perjure yourself under oath.
I had to perjure myself.
Good. You're good.
Nothing further, Judge.
Does the jury have any questions for Mrs. Dean? I'm thinking this again. No pardon, please.
Your Honor, the state will call Officer Mackenzie Pierre.
I agree.
Hello, Officer Pierre.
Hello.
Please state your full name as a court reporter.
Officer Mackenzie Cole Pierre.
And Officer Pierre, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Chattanooga Police Department,
And what division of the police department do you currently work in?
neighborhood policing, such as basic patrol.
Okay, and in November of 2022, were you working in the same position?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is there a certain area of town in your role that you primarily work?
Yes, ma'am, the area is referred to as Adam North. That's more of like North Chattanooga. My specific area is Adam 5. That includes the Mountain Creek Road area, Moxon Bend, Signal Mountain Road area, and part of North Shore as well.
Were you working the night shift in November 2022?
I was working the second shift, so the in-between, yes, ma'am.
What is second shift?
So the second shift runs from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And you stated that you're on patrol. Can you define for the jury what the duties of a patrol officer are at the Chattanooga Police Department?
So our basic duties are one to answer calls to service, which vary greatly depending on whether it be civil matters, domestic disorders, more serious, heinous, aggravated assault crimes, vehicle thefts, like I said, a very great variety, as well as also do our best to deter any crime from occurring by being proactive, making traffic stops, and just watching out for suspicious activity to begin with.
On major cases, felony cases, are you called to investigate them?
Yes, ma'am. At least to take the initial report and do as much as we can at that time.
And if there needs to be, if it's a more serious case, what would then happen in your position on patrol? If it was something that's above your head, what would you then do?
That's when we go ahead and contact one of our investigation units to notify them or kind of give them the rundown of the details, what the report number is, and how much information that we have gathered so far, so that they can follow up with whoever they need to follow up with to continue the investigation.
So if, for example, it's a robbery, who would you call?
The robbery investigator, whoever is on call that evening,
If it's a homicide, who would you call?
our major crimes division,
If it's a missing person, who would you call?
our missing persons division. Yes, ma'am.
You are not equipped with the resources to investigate on those types of cases.
Well, we see that in a lot of crimes going on, because who wants to interfere? If you see someone being beaten in the street, do you interfere? You never know. Are you going to get stabulated? Do the police ever come? Will your neighbors get mad at you? So sadly, we are living in a time where people don't really want to interfere with other people if they do bad stuff.
As equipped as the specific, specialized units. No.
Okay. One second, Judge. I apologize. On November, I'm going to draw your attention to November 2022. Do you recall being on, working on shift on November 26, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Do you recall on that day being called to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about that call?
I remember it came out as a missing persons call, and that, they were concerned about their adult daughter having not been in contact with her for quite some time, which was very much so unlike her. And so I responded on scene to meet with a complainant, Ms. Katrina.
And were you the only patrol officer that arrived on at Mountain Creek Road that night?
Yes, ma'am.
You were by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recall meeting Katrina, are you talking about the victim's mother in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you recall who else was there?
I believe her husband was there, and then a friend or family member. I don't recall the exact relation, but there was someone else there.
Had you known anything about this missing person, except for what you learned when you arrived there at 900 Mountain Creek Road? Did you know anything else about it?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay. Do you recall individuals there naming a person of interest?
I do recall them mentioning after, discussing more of the details, that she had been seeing someone fairly recently by the name of Jason Chen. And they questioned, if we should reach out to him and possibly try contacting him to see if he knows any more information about where Jasmine could possibly be.
Do you recall if Katrina on that night did call Jason?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Was that phone call on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could you hear Mr. Chen or Jason?
Yes, I could hear parts of the conversation. There were numerous people there I was also speaking to as well, so I did not catch the entire conversation, but I did hear where, Miss Katrina asked him, where he lived, and when the last time he spoke to Jasmine was.
When he was asked where he lived, do you recall what he said?
I don't recall the exact address. I do recall finding out after the fact that it was the incorrect address.
Do you recall when he said the last time was that he saw Jasmine?
I do not recall the specific date, but I do recall when Miss Katrina asked him that question, she muted the phone and advised me that she had pulled phone records and that he was not telling the truth because she'd seen that they contacted each other the day after that he was claiming he had last spoken to her.
Do you recall when he said he last spoke to her?
Not the specific date, no.
Okay. Did you ever try to visit the location that he said he lived at?
I fully intended to, but that night, with it being the call load, after I had done what I was supposed to do on my end as far as having her interview Ms. Missing and contacting the investigators, I got caught up with various other calls to service coming out, so I did not have a chance to run by that address. No.
Was Tremont Street within your area? Was that within Adam 5?
It's the district right next to mine, so Adam 4.
Okay, borders your district.
Yes.
Okay. While you were out there, did you consider calling a missing persons investigator?
Yes, ma'am, and I did so.
Yeah, and which missing persons investigator was that?
I requested dispatch put the on-call missing persons investigator phone number on the CAD dispatch card for me, and it was Investigator Blunt that I made contact with that evening.
What does on-call mean?
On-call means, late at night or something like that for that weekend or that time period during the week. If it's after business hours, you're the person that gets contacted.
And that was Investigator Blunt?
Investigator Blunt was who I was referred to and who I spoke to that evening.
And she works in the missing persons division?
Yes, ma'am.
And how'd you feel about calling Investigator Blunt that night?
I was not too excited, if I'm being frank.
Why?
Me and her do not get along too well.
Okay. And did you relay the information that you had been given by Jasmine Pace's family?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I gave her the complaint number, all the information that I knew. I even mentioned the possible boyfriend or person that Mr. Chen that she had been speaking to.
This lady over here, she's not wearing a hoodie. She has a scarf on. If that's the one you're talking about. Yeah, and he's honest about he doesn't like his coworker. I like that.
And conveyed that her parents were quite concerned over the matter and that they would like to be contacted at some point.
What'd she say?
She said, okay, go ahead and forward me the information and, I'll reach out to them.
Did anyone else from the police department, I apologize. Did anyone else from the police department come out to Mountain Creek Road that night?
No, ma'am.
Were you able to give to Jasmine's family Investigator Blunt's phone number?
I don't believe I gave them her phone number specifically. Typically, we wait for the investigators to reach out to the family members and victims.
So to your knowledge, that night, while you were there, Investigator Blunt did not speak with the Pace family.
To my knowledge, no.
Did she ask you, hey, we can hand the phone to them so I can talk to them?
No.
You didn't do that?
No.
So in your capacity as a patrol officer, what were you able to do for Jasmine's family that night?
So for that evening, I explained to them, which I also did, that I had Jasmine entered into the NCIC national database as a missing person, so that if anyone was ever to locate her and run her information, it would pop up right on the screen, missing person. And then I would contact a missing persons investigator, give them all the information that they just conveyed to me, give them my complaint number. But as of right now, in my position where I'm at, that is the most that I can do.
Sure. Do you recall communicating with them that you weren't able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that time?
I don't recall specifically stating that.
Were you able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that
No,
time?
absolutely not.
Okay. Do you recall contacting the security officer for the apartment building?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall speaking with him?
Yes.
Did you ever meet him?
Oh, I've known him in my entire career here.
What's his name?
Scott Miller.
Okay, so did he come out that night
Yes, ma'am, he did.
and you spoke with him?
Yes, and he spoke with family members as well.
Did you recall if he was able to search for any video from the apartment complex?
I know he explained to me that it would be hard to try to get it pulled up that evening, but that would be something that you'd be working on that hopefully the following day he would be able to have access to.
Did he confirm that there were video cameras on the property?
He advised that there were cameras, he was just unsure about the angles and if they were going to be able to capture anything.
Sure, okay. That night or any time thereafter, were you able to do anything else for Jasmine Pace's family?
No, ma'am, it's not. The only further thing I had was, I believe, a day or two after taking the initial report, I was contacted by another missing persons investigator, Investigator Tumlin, who also asked me for all the details and the complaint number of the incident.
What day was that?
I don't recall if it was a day or two after, but it was sometime shortly after the initial report was taken.
And you relayed all of the information you had to him as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further. No question, Your Honor.
Jury, have any questions for Officer Pierre?
Did we get anything from this witness? I don't know if we really got anything out of him, other than he didn't like his co-worker. I don't know.
I will answer the first question. Can you ask a question after witness leaves the stand? Unfortunately, the witness happens to be recalled for some reason, possibly. Dr. Pierre, the jury has a question for you. I'm going to ask it, and if you could face the jury when you answer it. Okay? Yes, sir. For clarification, this location is where the vehicle was found? Yes, the 900 Mountain Creek Road was a location where the victim's vehicle was located. Can you redirect based on my question?
Your Honor, just one to help clarify for the jury based on that question. Officer Pierre, I'm going to show you what's already been marked as the state's exhibit 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, 4 is duplicative, so there's 2 there that'll look very similar. But if you could look at those real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize those photos?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
What are those photos from?
That is from the parking lot at the apartment complex at 900 Mountain Creek Road.
And would these be screenshots of your body footage?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
You recross.
Yeah.
Y'all should be hearing this, I think.
Thank you.
General Code of Swiss.
Your Honor, the state would call Megan Dean.
Nick and Dean.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Your Honor, may you touch?
Already a sidebar. Oh, she has a septum ring. I'm not a fan of those. Is this the little sister?
Can you say your full name for the court's record for us?
Megan Ashley Dean.
And Ms. Dean, are you employed? Where do you work?
I work at Walmart.
Okay, which Walmart is that?
Single Mountain.
Is it called Single Mountain Road?
Yes.
Okay. How close in proximity to Mountain Creek Road is your Walmart?
I would say maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10.
Okay. How close is your Walmart to what we call the North Shore?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you know how close your Walmart is to Suck Creek Road? Okay. And in November of 2022, were you also employed at the Walmart?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is your role, explain to the jury what your role at Walmart is.
I work in asset protection, so I review video, and basically investigate.
Do you recall in November of 2022 being contacted by investigators of the Chattanooga Police Department about possible video footage or evidence of receipts?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall who that was?
I don't remember the name exactly.
Female, male?
It was male.
Okay. And is that something typically in the normal course of your job that you would be asked?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of video system does the Walmart on Single Mountain Road have?
We have basically video. It accesses all of the registers. It accesses the sales floor, back rooms, anything that you really need to look at in the store.
Who has access to that video equipment?
Only the people in my position.
Okay. And you know how to use that video equipment? Do you often
They have the
pull
murder
security
aisle.
footage for law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that one of your roles?
Yes,
Do you have any way to pull receipts?
Yes, especially when he claims that, well, I don't know anything. And as the mom stated, he never ever talked about this being an accident or involuntary until today. It seems again like they were trying to get that shrink guy to say something. Probably they want him to confirm that, well, he could have blacked out because he blah, 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 had trauma from his childhood, something like that. So that's why they made up that defense.
From past purchases?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you do that?
I can tell you the only red rum case I have been on, that person didn't show any emotion all day long, other than smile to a guy who came in to be a character witness. Nothing when anyone testified. Nothing when we gave him in sentencing. Nothing. He waved and smiled at a former co-worker. That's all the emotion he showed an entire day.
We have a certain system that we go through, so we can either use a credit card or if we have a date or a specific time, and we know the register, we can also pull it that way.
Okay, and so do you recall what the investigator came to see you? Were they asking for a receipt, or were they asking for video, or were they asking for both?
So,
And did they specify a time frame for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to pull that up for them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through that with them, or did you let them go through it?
I would go with them.
And did they signify that they were gonna need to take some of that footage from you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact pull some of that footage and give it to the Chattanooga Police Department
I gave it to the detective.
that was there with you? Okay. And were you able to tell from that footage at what time, did the footage show a purchase?
Yes.
Were you able to connect footage to a specific receipt of purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able in the Walmart system to pull, again, for lack of a better term, that receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that for investigators?
I did.
Did you give it to them?
I did.
I'm gonna show the witness. Okay, we'll look at that. Have you seen this before? Have you seen it plugged into a computer before?
Yes, ma'am.
What's on there?
It is basically the video footage of Jason Chen and him selecting certain items, going throughout the store, proceeding to the self-checkout and paying for the stuff.
Do you recall what day the video is from?
I believe it was November 23rd.
And were you able to, based on reviewing that video, were you also able to pull the receipt that was connected to that purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there multiple video angles on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is one of them from a register?
Yes.
Is it self-checkout? Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the receipt that you were able to retrieve for the Chattanooga Police Department detective?
Yes.
And what date is on that receipt?
November 23rd, 2022.
You're right, ask that both the jump drive of the video and the receipt be entered as the state's next two exhibits.
Objection. Exhibit 18 will be the jump drive. Exhibit 19 will be the receipt. Scanning.
No, it's not.
Ms. Bean, I'll show you on the screen behind you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. I've lost my pointer. You know where it's at? Oh, there we go. All right, so this is the receipt that you gave to the detectives. Again, can you, this date down here, 11/23/22, would that have been the date of the purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And then if I can point you in the direction of, well, is that time correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are dates and times on these receipts normally correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can see here, there's a bunch of stars followed by 4189. What is that?
That would be a card. It would be a debit card.
Would 4189 be the last four digits?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you can see here expiration date,
Yes, ma'am.
0526.
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the expiration date of the card?
It would.
Were you able to view what was purchased that's related to this receipt and to the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was asparagus purchased?
It was not.
Was something else scanned on the video as asparagus?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what that was?
I believe one was maybe some cereal bars, like some snack bars, or something like that. I don't remember the other one.
Up here, the state has no further questions for this witness.
questions.
Do you have any questions for Mrs. Bean? All right, Ms. Bean, thank you very much. Ms. Edlin.
Your name, may we approach?
Did it-
3:25. And everyone in the gallery is back, and that clock says 4:25.
Back at 4:25. Hey, Helena. Yeah, you're very late today. But you haven't. Well, you missed opening statements. What did you say about the defense opening statements? 57% says bad and 42% says good. With what he had to work with, probably I would say he was pretty good because he don't have a lot to work with. But Helena, this is the case. I think you were here yesterday. A guy who stabulated allegedly his girlfriend, locked her in a suitcase, and dropped her by the river. The state believes he did it on purpose. He claims that she attacked him. She hadn't done enough frolicking that day. She grabbed a wine bottle. She then went and saw his phone with some Tinder messages and went at him. He grabbed a stabulator, blacked out, and woke up, and she had 60 new holes in her, which happens. It's the lack of frolicking. She probably was nagging too. No Yankee candles. Bought one thing, backed another. Yeah, that's stealing. We know. A whole 3 hours. Oh boy, you know what I could get away with in that amount of time back when I was younger. Well, oh my. You'll rewatch tomorrow? Well, it's been quite boring. Don't watch the morning show. It was just a wadia. The afternoon has been okay. Is it really alleged after his attorney said he did it in the opening statement? Well, well, no. Yeah, you're right. The only alleged part is that he did it on purpose. Well, it's not self-defense per se. It's manslaughter. Yes. Is it 85% or something like that? But if his story was true, why not call the cops? Because he knew he was going to get in trouble if he called the cops. That's why he didn't do it.
So the court is in a short break.
Yeah, that's fine. But the thing is, why lie to the family when they call you? Because you must know the jig is up at that point. And they can't really use the fact that the family broke into his house now that he has admitted it, because then that evidence doesn't really prove the crime. They don't need it for what they needed it for before his admission. Now he's just admitted it, so you don't really need that evidence to prove he did it. So, yeah, I don't know. You're tired. Don't do that. Don't listen to Fedorovsky. The arguments I always had in my mind when trying to figure out the hundreds of people get mad and drink it daily doesn't choose to hurt someone. I watched the evening, and now am I overlooked? Told my boss I left my eye pencil in the toilet. What? Okay. Why did you leave your eye pencil in the toilet? I don't understand. Does he have any marks on him that could be cut from a wine bottle? No, not that I've heard of. And again, if you accidentally stabulate someone, because stuff like that happens, it doesn't help if you try to hide it. It's better to go to the police while you have the marks on you, and while you can say, "Well, I was attacked," but he didn't want to do that. So yeah, it just seems weird to me that that's his excuse. But the blackout, does it ever work? Do we ever believe them? I don't know. I would throw toilet pencils away and buy a new one, but I feel you. Have equally bad and exhausting workday. Oh, I'm so sorry. Don't Baker at work. Don't what? I'm lost now. I should go back and just show the how to have a baby with 8G's pressure. Most stabulators end up with cuts on their hands from a slick instrument. Yeah. And again, he was stabulating so hard that the tip broke off the knife. So it wasn't easy. It was hard. Well, Kelly Didi, that's why I'm here for. Okay. I'm not sure I get all of it, but I don't get anything. I don't believe it. It's too freaking convenient to black out when something bad happens. I have 13 years of experience dealing with court cases. I can tell you that I don't remember often happens exactly at the time where the state alleges someone did something. That's always when their memory loss begins. They can remember everything they did up to, they can remember most of what happens after, but just those 2 hours could have been near the side where everyone saw me, or I could have been in Rome. No one knows. I just don't remember. It's a defendant amnesia. It's a sad thing, but it happens in courtrooms all across the world every day. Blackout on blackout on blackout. Her eyeliner pencil left in the bathroom at work. I thought she dropped it in a toilet. That guy Monk Vicious, I don't understand makeup. I put on some face balm, whatever, because it should be good for your beard as well. That's what I use. The rest, that's for Beauty on the Budget with Jamie tomorrow at noon. Maybe. Allegedly. Again, in cases like this, especially with an explanation this weird, you kind of need to take the stand to try and tell us what happened inside the apartment that also made you choose not to call the police. I think that is going to be one of the things that the jury get hung up on is you just stabulated her and then that was it. No, that was very evident when you used the lip stain to pretend to be Jamie. It happens. Get something good for lunch. I recommend the salad. Thank you, Kelly Didi. Always nice to have people who are supporting the channel. But I still think that they should try and, after his confession, I think they should go home tonight and really think a lot about what would they need to do to prove it now, because I'm afraid they're going to waste a lot of time proving he did it, and that can turn the jury against them. I would probably get all of that stuff, just put it into evidence. Yeah, he went to the Quickie Mart. He bought cleaning supplies, because he admitted he cleaned the apartment. He admitted that he did the stabulation. So run through that and then prove that it was premeditated. Hey, Jinxie. Yeah, you are very late today. Oh, it's almost 10:30. Whew. Who was the other guy who tried to pull the passed out stunt when he unalived his partner in the RV? That was the Vermont case we covered just before New Year's. That's the guy who said his girlfriend was nagging. That's why he had to pluck her twice in the face and stabulate her 18 times, I believe it was, and cut her into... Well, he had a big problem and he made it smaller. I believe she was found in at least 4 out of 6 trash bags. Before I go, you're late as well. Damn late Monday. Yeah, I'm glad that when I did my morning stream this morning, I thought, no, I'll go back to bed. And then I woke up again at around 8, and I thought, nope, you don't have anything programmed. If they want to need you in court, they can call you. Your back is killing you, so you need the rest. And I slept till like 10:15 or something like that. That was great. Went to the gym, walked on the treadmill for 25 minutes, did 20 minutes of stretches to try and get the old back in movement. Came home and did half an hour in my sauna blanket too. So I've been recovering today. Some of those RV parks are swinger hotspots. You would know, probably, maybe, allegedly. I said hi, but nobody answered when I was in the restroom. Then I told my colleague I left my eye pencil in the bathroom. I couldn't help it, so was checking my phone every second. I don't understand half of these words. What? I thought you just put on that war face in the morning and then you don't need it anymore. But Jamie, can you come back and translate? Because I don't understand beauty. Regarde mon visage. No, the walking part wasn't good. It's my lower back, so I had a little problem walking. That's why I only did a short one. But the sauna blanket was really nice. But I think tomorrow I'll try and go in the steam room and see if I can loosen it up a bit more.
Back on. So let Mary Beth go. We'll bring back up the court feed. We'll let you hear what's to come. It looks like they're having a little conference there. So again, we've heard from just immediately before that break, a Walmart employee who testified that that Jason Chen came to the Walmart
your
and
boss
bought
said hi.
peroxide.
Hey,
and
boss
some other
man,
items. We
boss
know
lady.
that the prosecution is
Let
also going to
Pimpinella
talk about purchases possibly
Put
at a
us on speaker.
Walgreens. That
Put us
came
on
from a
every
preliminary
computer at
hearing.
the work.
And possibly see
Daddy needs some more
video of him
subscribers.
making
Daddy
those
needs some more
purchases.
views.
The prosecution
Hoot,
laying out a
hoot,
case
grift,
that he
grift.
tried to clean his apartment of Jasmine Pace's blood after.
You're facing, I think, the first row, perhaps. We're gonna put the Pace family on this side of the room and Chen family on this side of the room. I haven't heard of anything major, but been some concerns about Pace development. So the Pace family can say exactly where they are on the southern.
Enjoy the work.
Folks sitting behind it on the third row, I gotta have you please move back one row. Then I can have the Pace family take this half of the courtroom, please.
They are just splitting up victim family and
One row.
No, hey, take as many rows as you need on this half. Okay, just this half. Yes, sir.
So what you just saw was the rearrangement of the courtroom with the suspect's family and the victim's family on different sides. Presumably now the jury is coming back into the courtroom. Of course, we don't show the jury members. So usually when we get this view like we have now, we can hear action happening. That's when they bring the So we're still in state's witnesses there. A short afternoon break. We're expecting them to call their next witness next as soon as the jury is seated when they get back to business here.
no, nothing bad happened. It was just to prevent that anything. He said, I haven't heard anything so far. So nothing happened. They are just separate. Normally in courtrooms, the victim side will be behind the prosecutor and the defendant will sit behind the defendant. It's normal. But I think the Chen family, I don't think are the strongest English speakers. I know the mom have been interviewed and she used a Chinese interpreter.
Back in the courtroom, please be seated. Pardon me.
You're on the state of Pleasant Hamilton stand. Campbell, can you state your name for the court reporter, please?
Kelsey Campbell,
And Ms. Campbell, where are you employed?
the Walgreens on North Shore of Market Street.
Okay, and how long have you been at the,
At that store about 4 years.
what's your position at that Walgreens?
The store manager.
Were you the store manager at that Walgreens in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna draw your attention back to 2022. Do you recall at some point being approached by investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department about potentially looking at video footage from your store?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
Detective Cantrell.
Control.
Cantrell.
Okay, and can you describe for the jury what kind of video system Walgreens at the corner of the Market and Frazier has?
Yes, we have 16 cameras that are all throughout the store for the entrance, the parking lot, just monitoring who comes in and out and transactions and things like that.
Is that video footage kept and stored in on servers that Walgreens has?
Yes.
How long is it stored for?
I believe it's 60 days.
Okay, and do you have access to that footage?
Yes.
And did you have access in November of 2022?
Yes.
When police department investigators came to see you, did they tell you what they were looking for?
They just said that there was an ongoing investigation and needed to access the cameras to just review some of the footage.
And did you allow them to access that footage?
Yes.
Did you remain with them while they were accessing that footage?
I came in and out of the office while they had access to it, yes.
Do you recall what date range they were looking for specifically?
It was like the week of Thanksgiving. I think it was like the 22nd
Okay,
to the 28th or something like that.
and to your knowledge, did they locate video footage that they needed you to make a copy of for them?
Yes.
And do you recall how many videos or I don't know if that's the right way to say it, I'm sorry. How many downloads, how many
Yeah.
videos? I don't know.
There was 2 separate periods of time. I believe it was recorded about an hour before and after for 2 different instances in that day.
What day?
The 22nd, was it the 22nd, I believe?
I'll show you some
Okay.
materials to see, but that day, they took 2 separate
Sets of video, yes.
sets of video with them.
Yes.
And you have access to be able to actually extract that video from the server and give it to law enforcement.
Yes.
Do you do that in the normal course of your job?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you 2 jump drives, you can touch them. And look. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Have you viewed the matters on those jump drives?
Yes. Both of them.
Both of them?
Yes.
Have you initialed on those jump drives to signify that you've seen the footage on those?
Yes.
And what's on those jump drives?
Video footage of the 2 incidences from that day.
Okay, that you had delivered to the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to make these 2 jump drives stakes next to exhibits.
So it's 20 and 21.
Ms. Court Reporter, I've asked that the afternoon be 20. Yes. And Ms. Campbell, is there a way in the Walgreens system to connect a purchase with a video surveillance capture?
Typically, if we have a dollar amount or the last 4 of a card number,
There have been coffers all through the day. It's like listening to the plague coming back. I'll take a bio break for a second.
we can search and find times when those purchases were made, and then we'd use that to look at the video to see what happened.
Do you recall if that was done for law enforcement as it relates to these 2 videos?
Yes.
Did you look up the receipts that were connected with those 2 videos?
Yes.
And how did you do that in this case? By card number, by the video? Do you recall?
It was by the card numbers. They had left up the screen where they had looked at the transaction, and then I looked up to see if there was any other purchases that day, and found another one, which was the second set of videos that we found.
Okay, and you were able to extract those receipts for law enforcement?
Yes.
Were you also able to look at the receipts and verify that they coordinated with the 2 videos that you had given law enforcement?
Yes, because you'll see the time that it happened and the register number. You can relate the two together.
Okay, Your Honor. Right. Have you looked at those receipts? Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Receipts from my store on the 23rd of November.
Are those the receipts that you gave to law enforcement related to the video footage? Your Honor, I'd ask that these be marked as states next to exhibits.
Next 2 exhibits,
Yes, Your Honor.
22 and 23.
All right, Ms. Campbell, I'll direct your attention to the screen behind you. We were unsure on the date earlier, but can you tell me what that date says?
Yes, November 23rd of 2022.
Okay, and Your Honor, for the record, I'm referring to State's Exhibit 23. This is the receipt from the Walgreens at North Market Street?
Yes.
Okay. And payment details, what does this indicate to you right here?
That is the card with the last 4 digits of the card that was used when they purchased the items.
Okay. And would 1:41 p.m. be the correct time of the purchase?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 22. Again, same things as the receipt that you pulled for law enforcement?
Yes.
And is the date the same, 11/23/22?
Yes.
Would the time of 7:03 p.m. be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And again, payment details, can you read the last 4 digits of that card?
4189.
Ms. Campbell, are you familiar with the North Shore area?
Fairly. Yes.
Do you know how far away from Tremont Street or the Tremont Apartments the Walgreens that you're the manager at is?
It's within a couple blocks.
Nothing further there. Do I need to disconnect my computer?
If you want. If that's a question.
Any questions for Mrs. Campbell?
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Scott Miller.
And if anyone have noticed I've been typing away, it's because I've been looking at a road trip. I've been asking ChatGPT to help me with a road trip map for my trip around the central north part. And it recommends Cleveland as a place to meet up in Ohio, but I don't know if people live near there and that could work. Other than that, probably going to make a poll for some cities and people, if you live nearby and you're interested in meeting on some bar or something, could
Miller.
Okay, and
you can write there what. I don't know if anyone lives near anything. I don't understand America.
Mr. Miller, where are you employed?
At 900 Mac Creek Road, which is single view condominiums.
Okay, do you have other jobs?
I do as well. I work at Baylor School, providers hearings in the afternoons.
Do you have a background in law enforcement?
Somewhat.
Okay. And so you said, let's go back to Mountain Creek Road. What apartment building is at 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Single view condominiums.
Okay, condominiums. And you know approximately how many condominiums are there?
484.
Okay, it's a large complex.
Yes.
And how long have you worked as security? At
29 or 30 years.
29?
Yes.
I wasn't expecting
Yes.
that. I didn't even know they were there that long.
Yeah,
Do you also live there?
I do not.
Okay, all right. So as a security officer, if you're called, you have to come actually from your home to.
No, we work there during certain hours.
Okay, what hours do you work there?
At the point in time where this event occurred, we worked from 5 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon to 5 in the morning.
Okay. So in November of 2022, you were obviously working this position.
I was.
And you were working at night
That is
during
correct.
the night hours.
Yes,
And do you recall being contacted by the Chattanooga Police Department, specifically Officer Mackenzie Pierre,
Yes,
about the family that was in the?
that is
in the
correct. He
parking lot?
requested me to come down and speak to him.
And do you recall what the circumstances were?
The found vehicle was the initial, and then obviously the missing person.
Okay, did you communicate with the family there on
I did.
the grounds? And, at some point, were you asked about video footage?
I was.
Does Signal View, apartment, the condo complex have video footage?
They do.
Okay, did they at the time in November
They
2022?
did.
And when you were asked about if you could look at that, what was your initial response?
I could, the camera footage we used, I couldn't look at from the property because it's, the complex had it installed from the EPB, so the video footage is stored off-site at their server. So I had to go home to access it from my personal computer.
So you can access, a camera that was installed by EPD from your actual home?
Yes.
And do you often access that camera when the need arises?
Yes, if I'm questioned about a certain time frame.
And does that happen every so often?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And on this night, did you let the parties or the police know that you were gonna have to go home to look for that?
I did.
Were you instructed by anyone as to what specific time frame you were supposed to look for?
I believe so from the evidence that her mother had provided me from the time frame of when the car had arrived there, that which narrowed down the time frame.
Do you recall at some point the family coming back, after their first visit, did they come back to Mount Creek?
They did.
And what was that for?
We discussed, I believe, footage and then some phone data that they were discussing about our phone being to the different location.
Did you review?
You haven't missed that much. It's most just putting in stuff. The mother was the most important. She talked about what they did, how they tracked her Chevy app that showed that her where her car had driven through, and that her phone hasn't been used, and that someone sent a text message without using her daughter's normal vernacular.
The video footage there with them?
That footage, I did not because I cannot.
Did you retrieve it at that time for the Pace family, Jasmine's family, or did you later give it to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I remember later to go to the Chattanooga Police Department.
Okay, and do you recall what day that video footage was from?
Oh, I have no idea. You would have to tell me what day it was from.
Okay, so
I just know it was around Thanksgiving.
okay, and you pulled the footage at the request of the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes,
And it was from the Signal View condos, which you
Yes.
had access to?
that is
All
correct.
right. And you jump drive? You recognize that jump drive?
I do.
Have you seen what's on there?
I have.
What is on there?
This is footage from the camera that is mounted on the front of the office that aims toward the pond area at the complex.
In fact, did you review that, what was on that jump drive with me as well?
I did.
Okay, did you write your name on there to signify you had seen it?
I did.
Okay, and, does it accurately reflect what the property looked like in November of 2022?
It does.
Okay, and, this is the exact video that you gave to the Chattanooga Police Department?
It is.
I'd ask that this be introduced, and said next to the judge.
Exhibit 24.
I'm sorry, my, colleague reminded me that our jury is not from Chattanooga, they don't know what EPD is. Do you know what EPD is? sir?
It is the electric power board for our, the city-owned electric power board.
Okay, so
They provide security cameras, footage, internet service, and other things.
okay. And at some point, on the video footage, can a vehicle, a white SUV vehicle, been seen coming into the property?
That is correct.
And the direction that that vehicle is traveling on the video, is it towards the area that Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located?
Yes, it would be about 100 yards or so away from
Okay.
where it was left.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge?
In case you forget, I don't think she gave me that footage.
Oh,
I've got-
Mr. Miller has it.
Oh, you did, thank you.
Mr. Miller, we will likely see that video later, but does the video show an individual getting out of the vehicle?
No, it does not.
And does it show any person driving the vehicle?
It does not, from the angle too far away.
And how long did it take you to retrieve that video?
Probably a few hours.
And when did law enforcement come back to you though and request for it?
Probably the next day.
You originally had spoken with Officer Pierre of the Chattanooga Police Department?
That is correct.
And you've known him for some time?
Yes, that is correct. We work together on other things.
And was he the officer that it was turned over to, or was it another officer?
No, it was I would term it as a homicide detective.
And you mentioned a few moments ago that you sort of had a background in law enforcement. What do you mean?
I was a reserve officer for the Riverbank Police Department, which is a small municipality in here.
And what years were you a reserve officer?
I'm going to say from 2010 to 2023.
And reserve officer, can you explain what that means?
Yeah, it's the same. You just don't have a set schedule, but you have just full powers, just like a regular law enforcement officer. You just have to be accompanied by a full-time officer.
And are you still employed at these condominiums?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
You read your,
No, Your Honor.
jury have any questions for Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
No questions?
Your Honor, will give me 1 moment.
Well, I'm already looking at a trip that a couple of
Your Honor, this witness will be lengthy. In fact, I'm absolutely confident he'll go into tomorrow. So it's just up to the schedule at this point is up to the court because we'll be able to begin, but certainly won't get through all of this direct examination.
We started a little late today, so I like to get as much done as we can today.
Sure.
right now, it already looks like it's 1,400 miles, so I'm not going to swing by Canada at this time.
Your Honor, the state would call investigator Zachary Crawford to the stand. Mr. Crawford, can you say your full name, please?
I'm going to Tennessee, and then I'm probably going to drive back up to Newark and fly back out of that one.
Force record.
It's Zach Crawford,
Okay, let's talk about yourself for a few minutes. Where are you currently employed?
currently employed at the Chattanooga Police Department.
And how long have you been at the police department?
I started with Chattanooga Police Department in the year 2013.
And when you started in 2013, what position were you in?
At first, I was hired on as a police cadet, where I went through approximately 6 months of training before moving on to a field training program. And then after graduating the field training program, I was employed as a patrol officer at the city of Chattanooga.
And how long were you a patrol officer at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Just a little over 3 years.
And after your 3 years in patrol, what did you do next?
I applied for a position within the major crimes unit, specifically for a homicide position. Through the interview process, I was selected and began training with the homicide unit.
All right, so you've been with the homicide division for how long?
Since 2017.
So,
I don't like New York. I'm sorry. Been there. Don't like the city. Way too big for me. So I don't gonna do that.
already 2025, so roughly.
About 7.5 years.
You're going on your 8th year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm going to Knoxville again.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the way that the Chattanooga Police Department works. Do you know roughly how many people work for the Chattanooga Police Department?
The number fluctuates. I think somewhere around 427 employees.
Would that be sworn law enforcement
That's correct.
officers? You're not talking about like support staff, you mean sworn officers?
Yes.
Okay, and is the department divided into certain departments or divisions?
Yes.
Will you explain to them how that works?
Yes. So we have multi-tiers within the Chattanooga Police Department. The first line, obviously, is our patrol units, which make up the neighborhood policing. They have 3 different sectors across the city. They're broken into smaller areas, to include districts. I think early Jasmine was talking about districts. Specifically, in this incident, was mainly in the area of Alpha North. Inside of Alpha North, there are 5 districts. So there's lots of districts throughout the city. So you have neighborhood policing. The other branch of it, you have community policing, you do community events, engagements. You also have special events. You have 2 different branches of the investigating unit. You have organized crime and you have violent crime. I'm assigned to the violent crimes bureau, and that makes up crimes unit, homicide unit, fugitive, and organized crime has anywhere from our gun team to traffic and some other things along those lines. Besides that, we have internal affairs, and we have multiple other avenues such as recruiting. There's different branches within the police department.
What about property? Where does property fall?
The property division.
Yes, sir.
The property division is located at the Chattanooga Police Department at one of our annex buildings. And most all of our property technicians are sworn civilians. But they do have a sworn supervisor, a sergeant, so a police officer that oversees the property division at the Chattanooga Police Department.
What you heard Officer Pierre testify, but what typically would patrol, at what point as a patrol officer are you instructed to call someone else?
We have different SOPs or.
Right now, I'm planning. I haven't bought the tickets yet, but what I've been looking at so far is I'm gonna fly into Newark and then drive down to Philly. I'm gonna spend the first night there. Then I'm thinking of driving up where Jamie is. Maybe I can borrow a tree house or sleep on the dog bed at Jamie's place. That's gonna be a long haul. That's 7 or 8 hours. Then I'm looking at possibly Chicago. I know FD Food Ferry would love me to come there. Then I'm gonna try and swing by Mo. I don't know where she lives. It's somewhere near Delphi. And then maybe do Cincinnati and then on to Knoxville. So I would be in Knoxville probably Monday or Tuesday, the 2nd or 3rd of June. Then the meetup is on the 5th of June. The live show is on the 6th of June, probably with a little beverage after. And then I'm probably gonna fly back home Monday or Tuesday again. So, but I will have to drive back up to Newark. So I'll be in Knoxville for 5 days or something like that. I don't know. But I don't know the US. That's why I asked what are the best places. I did a poll. Should I stop in Cleveland or Cincinnati? Because switch those two up. Seems like it works.
What's in it?
Standard operating procedures. Predict
No, I'm staying for a week, 10 days. It'll take me 3-4 days to drive that trip.
things. One of those is investigations. So depending on what you
End of May, early June. There will be. I'll be in Knoxville if I can swing it money wise. At least the 5th and 6th of June. That's when there's meetups. So that's when Dollywood should be on the 5th, and the 6th is the live show. So I will be in Knoxville there, and then probably leave Knoxville on the Sunday and fly back home on Monday. So I'm looking at flying over the Thursday. Yeah, so 10 days.
you respond to, what criteria it meets, you would notify the responsible investigator that would potentially respond to that. So any crime that or incident
Well, other than him testifying he did it, then probably.
that potentially would require lengthy follow-up. Obviously, the patrol officer is kind of kept to a specific shift, where that shift is then rotated.
The problem is then I'll miss the entire northeast part of my trip.
Throughout the week. Obviously, they don't have the ability to follow up extensively based on their call.
Okay, Sue. Then I'll be in Knoxville for a week. Then people can yell at me again.
In terms of how many calls are coming out from districts and areas to follow up on those things. That's what I would call an investigator out.
No. I asked ChatGPT. No problem. It's no more than 8 hours driving a day.
That investigator will then conduct a follow-up, whether it's during normal business hours, during after hours. As an investigator, there's many times that we're on call. I know as a homicide unit, we're essentially on call 24/7.
So when a homicide happens, homicide investigators should be called, is that correct?
But I wouldn't mind flying into Chicago and then driving down and just do that round trip, or flying into Newark and then do the trip down the East Coast. But Jamie want to see me, so that's the big hub up is going in to see where Jamie lives, because that's a whole heck of a stupid way out of the way, because Michigan is a weird place. But I would love if I could just fly in, make a meetup in Philly, then go south. I would love that. Or maybe fly into Chicago, do a meetup in the Midwest, and then drive down. That would be my preference. So I have to see if Jamie will beat me if I skip her Michigan. But she's coming to Denmark, so.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, is there a missing persons division?
There is a missing person.
What does that fall under?
That falls under the best.
No, I'm spending at least 2 hours every day on meetups, or 4 hours at night. I have the mods doing it, but maybe I'm too optimistic, and I should just do. Oh, whoops! I shouldn't have said that. Hey, Jamie, we weren't talking about you.
I was listening. My family was supposed to stop over, but they're taking forever. So I thought I'd jump back on until they get here.
Yeah, I don't have. I think I have to ask my boss permission, because now I'm watching. I have the. It's quite a long drive when I look at it. In my head, it makes more sense. So I'm thinking maybe this time do the. Oh, I'm pointing on the wrong map. Do like something up here and then go down, or something over here and then go down. And I know then if I land in Chicago, I could drive out to you easy and then get back down here.
Yeah.
But if I land over here, I can meet Brandon and he can yell at me, and Marissa can yell at me. So it's kind of annoying that I want to be at 2 parts that's halfway across the country. I don't know.
And it looks like it's not very far, but it's a lot of.
Yeah, it's 22 hours driving. And if I do it in 4 days, I can do it, but as someone saying, it's 8 hours driving it. Well, 6 to 8 hours driving every day. But I could also do the land in Newark, stop in Philadelphia the first night. I don't know if I have any friends on the route down, and then just drive the eastern road down to Knoxville. And then if I'm invited back next year, I can do the Chicago, and because you're coming to Denmark this year.
Yeah.
And then maybe if I do Massachusetts is way too far away. Because then I could do the East Coast this year and then do the central trip next year. I don't know, Jamie. You are my everything. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't
know how many
bitch if I
people
have to
are
drive 30 minutes. Sue is really, she's in the mood today.
Where I grew up, I had to drive 30 minutes just to a grocery store, so it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but the problem is I have to rent a car and then get out of New York again. I did that the last time. It takes forever to get around New York. It's easier to drive out of Maybe I should, instead of doing the poll I did, I should do a poll. Should I do the central or the eastern trip this time? And don't think I can survive a week in a car. Should I be not stupid, Jamie, and do that thing?
I mean, I always say don't be stupid, but I don't know. I mean,
yeah, but
I don't know how
I can either fly into Philly, into Chicago, or into the New York area, and then drive and end up in Tennessee. Wouldn't that be the smartest thing? It's probably the same.
Fly into Chicago?
Yeah, either fly into Chicago or Newark, and then drive down.
Yeah, I feel like Chicago would be easier. And they could go bother Food Fairy. Oh my God, she'll die.
Yeah, but if I go to Philadelphia, Marissa can yell at me.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people.
But if I do the Chicago, no, but Brandon, I'm gonna do a poll.
Is he gonna show up this time?
No, he's gonna be in Chicago when I'm in. You know him.
Yeah, he'll be like over in California.
Because I want to meet up with people. That's why I'm not flying into Atlanta. And apparently, I know from Shizzy, you can't drive from Georgia to Tennessee. It's impossible.
Georgia that was the one that is hard to drive through. That's some craziness down there.
Yeah.
This falls under missing persons, special victims unit, which works primarily children and domestic violence cases. Those teams work together out of the Family Justice Center.
I'm going to change the poll.
And then what about crime scene?
Crime scene works under the Violent Crimes Bureau, which is directly involved with the same unit as me. It's the homicide unit. And crime scene, their responsibilities are based on the needs of investigations. The crime scene will never actively go do something without the request of an investigative unit to respond. So certain incidents, whether it be a shooting, they would respond to collect, document evidence on scene and process that evidence, typically by direction of lead investigators.
Do you know how many missing persons investigators there are at the police department?
There's approximately 4.
Do you know how many, 4 missing persons? Do you know how many homicide investigators there are?
Currently, we have 10 homicide investigators.
Would that number have been similar in 2022, or do you recall how many?
Due to the nature of the job in the homicide unit, we have a high turnover rate throughout the years. It has changed. But for a while there, we would have some investigators that would last more than 2 to 3 years based on the type of incidents that we worked. At the time, I believe it was approximately around 9 or 10.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many investigators are in the crime scene unit?
Approximately 10. The crime team's a little bit different makeup. Approximately 7.5 years ago.
Yeah, I know it's closer, but I wanted to do the full stretch, but I can see now, I see it on a map, that it would make more sense to say you can do either a central route or an East Coast route this year. And that's going to be the thing. And then I can find some cities in between to take a night in and maybe meet some people. I think that's the thing I do, because if I drive four days where I have to drive 8 hours every day, I will be flat on my back when the rest of you is in Dollywood.
We brought civilian crime scene investigators to the Chattanooga.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Money.
And we've slowly transitioned into filling those spots with civilian crime scene technicians. We do have, at this point, I believe, 5 sworn law enforcement crime scene investigators, and the rest are made up by civilian employees.
How many major homicides would you say you've worked? I won't say major, all homicides are major, I apologize. How many homicides would you say you've worked?
As a lead investigator, approximately 26, 27. In terms of how we work investigations, we work as a team within our homicide unit. We try to conduct the best investigation we can. So we assist with pretty much any homicide that happens. So as collectively, with me being there 7.5 years, I've been the lead or assist with approximately 200 homicide investigations.
How do you become the lead on a homicide investigation?
You haven't missed that much. It's just been putting into evidence some stuff from the Walmart and the Evergreen, or whatever it's called. The mom told about how they broke into the apartment and how she traced the phone. And now this guy is the first detective we have heard.
We have a homicide rotation. We have an on-call schedule that will fill in the gaps.
No, I know a lot of people can't make it to Knoxville. That's why I'm saying if I do a meetup in Chicago, then find somewhere, maybe 2 places from Chicago to Knoxville and do meetups there. It's easier for people if they have to drive an hour. They might want to do it instead of I do 1,500 miles driving in 4 days.
Outside of business hours. So I hate to say that we have business hours, but we do basically the nature of the job. But for scheduling purposes, we have an 8 to 4 schedule. From 4 p.m. until 8 a.m. the next day, we have on-call investigators that take the evening shift calls as they come in. And we also have investigators that fill the day shift because we're not sitting around the office doing nothing. So you know which days if something were to come out, you need the investigator to respond to. So we have a normal on-call schedule in terms of daily calls that come out, because we don't just work homicides. We work life-threatening assaults where the possibility of death could occur. We work DOAs, which are death upon arrival, or death investigations, essentially that are unknown cause or suspicious in nature. So natural cases we typically don't come out to, such as a heart attack, someone who's 80-something years old, that has maybe extensive medical history. A lot of times we refer to call about those, but we don't respond to those. But any type of shooting, we also respond to as well. That meets our nexus. But any homicide we come out to. We also come out to report kidnappings, and we also assist with other investigations that potentially have a nexus to the homicide unit. There may be suspicious circumstances around it, whether it be a kidnapping, a missing persons, or potentially a robbery.
Were you and are you the lead investigator in the case of Jasmine Pace?
Yes, I was assigned as the investigator on the case.
From the time that you got involved, let's just say in days after Jasmine's body was located, how many different people in the Chattanooga Police Department would have been involved in an investigation of that scale?
In this investigation, in the disappearance and homicide of Jasmine Pace, our entire homicide unit, practically our entire crime scene unit, fugitive investigators were involved, We also had academy class that was active at the time. I was going through to become police officers. They assisted with area searches. I requested for our drone team that worked out of the traffic unit at the time to assist in investigation for scoping further areas. We attempted to employ canines. We reached out to other jurisdictions. We had federal partners, such as the federal marshals, the FBI, also involved. Anything we could do potentially to get answers for the family, we reached out and did.
Can you describe for the jury your initial involvement, including when you first heard the name Jasmine Pace?
Yes. On Sunday, November 27th, 2022, I was actually at home. I wasn't necessarily on call because it's a very loose term with our unit. I was at home with my kids. My wife was at work. Detective Siege texted me and asked if I had seen any of the Facebook posts that had been on the internet about the disappearance of Jasmine Pace. I said I hadn't.
Well, this is a detective. He's used to testifying. That's why he's looking at the jury. But the problem is, he left the microphone on the other side, so the audio would be fine if he didn't speak away from the audio.
Not. He referred me to Facebook, and I actively searched Facebook to look into what he was referring to at that time. I started then reading the Facebook posts by some of the family and friends of Jasmine Pace about what they had potentially discovered at that time and what they had actually posted on the internet. I had a discussion with Detective Seats that we'd be potentially looking into that case based on some suspicious circumstances around her disappearance. I was actually actively looking for childcare at that time to potentially come in and see if I could assist with the investigation. And at approximately 6 p.m. that evening, I was actually called by my supervisor. So approximately about 30 minutes after Detective Siege starts the conversation about it, I was called by my supervisor about the same case, which then I turned down childcare and came in to assist.
So at the time that you first learned about it, you had not heard from any missing person investigator at the Chattanooga Police Department?
No, I have not.
Are you now aware that they knew about it, they just did not contact anybody from the CPD homicide division?
Correct. I didn't find out directly that missing persons was involved until I spoke with my supervisor, Sergeant Emery, who's Lieutenant Emery.
And when you began your involvement, did you initially meet with Jasmine's family?
My first involvement actually called Detective Siege and requested him come in. I was advised at the time of initial response. I was going to respond to the service center to speak with Investigator Tumlin about his findings in the investigation to see how we could assist and potentially lend our expertise in the matter, how we could potentially help them locate Jasmine Pace, and also potentially go over the details to see if there was anything that was suspicious at the time that potentially could link to something else. So I notified Detective Siege. Lieutenant Emery advised he would be responding as well. And I knew that I was going to talk to Investigator Tumlin. Once I responded that evening, just after 7 p.m. To our police station, I was then greeted by Investigator Tumlin, which I had a short conversation about what he had found at that time, because there wasn't much that had been done at that point. And he notified me that the victim's family would be at the police station at around 7:30 p.m., which then I decided to further wait on details till we spoke further with the victim's family.
Did you speak with the victim's family?
I did.
And based on that conversation, did you become aware of Jason Chen?
Yes, I did.
And what was your basis of knowledge as to who Jason Chen was and how he was related to the investigation at that point?
At that point, at the beginning stages of speaking with Investigator Tumlin, reading the Facebook post, and also speaking with the victim's family, I realized that Jason Chen was a potential significant other, whether it was dating or some sort of other type of relationship where they would meet up. I didn't know the exact circumstances other than that they had been talking and seeing each other for a few months. At that point, I did learn that he had not reached out to Investigator Tumlin and the potential, missing person of his significant other.
But investigator Tomlin was not able to give you very much information, is that correct?
No, he was not.
Did investigator Blunt ever give you any information?
I never talked to Investigator Blunt due to her not responding and not assisting with the investigation.
Based on information that you received from Jasmine's family, did the homicide division seek a search warrant for Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, we did.
And was that search warrant issued?
It was.
And were you present when the search warrant was executed at Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, I was.
Jamie doesn't have a link. Jamie is the co-hostess with the mostest. She is just so kind that she shows up and entertained me. So she doesn't have a channel. Jamie is just here to laugh at my stupid jokes, and that's about it. And beat me when I don't do the right thing. But that's what she does all the time. I think I could make a route that starts in Chicago, goes by where Jamie lives, then hits Cincinnati, and then hits Knoxville. That could be the eastern route. If Cincinnati is a good place. We can go into that more if I figure out the other one.
Wait, does Krista mean my PayPal thing? Because she donated to me before.
Oh, I don't know.
Is that what she's talking about?
I don't know. Her lash link. Oh, her lash
And the
link.
sad thing is, I don't even have it. Jeez,
I
I
don't.
hang on.
No.
I'll find it somewhere.
Cincinnati. Then give me a good place somewhere between Flint, Michigan, and Knoxville to make a stop. I don't know America. I'm just going behind the wheel and going to. I'm trying to meet friends, and people are saying, Chicago? Are you drunk? Have you tried crack?
I've
You don't
never.
make sense.
I always hear crazy stuff about Cincinnati, though. But I could be wrong because I've never actually been there. I've only been to Toledo.
Yes, Nina, I mentioned this in the opening, and legal and science also mentioned it. Bev have ruled she's allowed in, a little snark in it, but she's allowed in. She should have allowed her in to begin with. She should allow all the other experts in. It's just stupidity. I sent you kisses. Oh, it didn't show
Aw.
up on. Yes, well, I didn't get a notification, but thank you so much for. Now it shows up. Thank you so much for 5 corner kisses from Krista, who says, "Open up your stupid app."
She is sweet.
Thank you, BB. You really have cultivated an incredible community. I am grateful that I found you. Oh, you're so cute. Kentucky, Indiana, somewhere that's easy to get to and people live nearby. Thank you, Krista.
She's the sweetest.
I'll figure out which route I'm taking, the middle route or the eastern route, and then we'll plot in, because the eastern route wants me to go to DC. I don't think there's a big reason to go to DC. I'd love to go to DC. I love DC, but there's probably not much meetup to do in DC. And North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. That's close to you, I think. Maybe not.
All right, I'm gonna start.
Mo lives in Indiana. I have slotted in I don't know where she lives. I just put Delphi in, but it's on my route.
Now, can you flip the backlights off?
I will
for
drink
me,
all the
please?
water in Flint.
By having turned to this screen and I'll
I can drink my water. It's just fine.
Let me ask you this, at 110 Tremont, as the jury's now heard this address many times, are you familiar with North Chattanooga?
Yes, I am.
How long have you lived in Chattanooga?
Almost my entire life, other than a few years I spent in the military, and a year and a half I lived in Illinois with my wife.
Okay, so were you familiar also with Tremont Road, Tremont Street as well before this investigation began?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Let's see, you recognize this building?
Yes.
this is the Tremont Apartments at 110 Tremont Street, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I want you to describe here, sort of the layout of the building and the surroundings of the building based on your investigation into Mr. Chen's apartment. If you don't mind, just sort of walk the jury through what we're looking at, what's on the left side, what's on the right side.
Just for, I'll describe, so this is going to be the actual front of the Tremont Apartments at 110 Tremont Street. The door, you see it here at the bottom, is going to be the main entrance. There's actually a keypad right here, which is the main access into the building. There are 3 separate other exits, the way that they're designed. This would actually be from looking on the left side over here where the cars are direction towards would be north. So the road runs north and south. So this would actually be the west side of the building. On the right side, over here on the picture, this is going to be the south side of the building. There's a parking lot. There's a parking lot area, as you can see, that butts up to the side of the apartment complex. And there's it's hard to tell from the picture, but there's a ramp here to an exit as well. On the north side of the apartment complex, it's very similar setup, just a little bit smaller parking space. Essentially, you have a few parking spots just around this corner. There's another exit as well. On the back side of the apartments, there's also one more additional exit. But that parking is for an additional location and not those apartments itself. Specifically, this apartment complex we refer to as the North Shore area. If you're not familiar with Chattanooga, it's historically been called the North Shore area. Essentially, we have the Tennessee River that runs through downtown. And the main part of downtown Chattanooga is on the south side of the river. And this smaller community on the north side of it is essentially the North Shore area. This is actually fairly closely located to Coolidge Park, which is right across the road from it.
And Investigator Crawford, over here, I'm showing this little red lot. What is this?
That's going to be a dumpster enclosure. At the time that we first served the search warrant, there was 2 blue large-sized dumpsters that were located inside there.
Did the police department investigate those dumpsters?
We did.
Okay. And looking back at this building, can you help the jury understand where in the building Mr. Chen's apartment was?
Correct. By looking at this, it would actually be on the right side. He was a few apartments deep into the apartment complex, about a third of the way up on the right side. He actually has an opening. I would hate to say it's a balcony because all it is a metal bars and the sliding glass door opens. So it's not where you can walk out to, but essentially you can open it to have window access or air to come in. Just past the walkway exit, the ramp there that I showed before, his apartment, if you're looking at it on the second floor, just to the right.
Okay. Is this location that you're looking at, is it in Hamilton County, Tennessee?
It is.
In the city of Chattanooga, is that correct?
Yes.
So you were present. Well, let me ask you one more question about this front door. I think that we can see, but you agree that those are stairs going down to that front door right there?
That's correct.
Okay. You testified that you were present when the search warrant was executed at Jason's apartment, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what time, what day, first of all, what day that search warrant was executed?
Yes, we obtained the search warrant. Detective Seach actually obtained the search warrant while still speaking with the victim's family at that time. He notified me that he had a signed search warrant for the apartment 210 with Jason Chen's. He subsequently notified me. I subsequently notified crime scene, and we would be there to respond after we executed the search warrant. Like I testified earlier, approximately half of our crime scene investigators are not sworn employees, so they do not have the ability to carry protection such as firearms. So typical protocol would be that either investigators or patrol officers that have extra layers of protection, potentially on a search warrant could be high level risk at any time, not knowing if it's occupied at that time or unoccupied. We
It's a
had
cute little
officers
building.
respond to the area for 2 reasons: to help with the execution of the search warrant, to assist with safety, and the second part is Officer Clemens is the courtesy officer at these apartments. He doesn't reside in these apartments. He lives at a separate apartment complex that he oversees several apartments, and a courtesy officer is essentially their responsibility to follow up on disturbances after hours, potentially help lock things up, do those types of things. He had a master key, which will allow us not to force entry into the apartment. So upon Officer Clemens' arrival, we were able to further execute that search warrant with a master key that allowed us in apartment 210. At approximately 23:45 hours, which is 11:45 p.m. on the 27th of November 2022, the search warrant was executed upon entering the apartment.
And I'm assuming that you have been involved in the execution of dozens, if not hundreds of search warrants, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In a situation such as this, would you knock first?
In this specific incident, we did, because
I think
we
it's-
don't do
I think it's unique. I like it.
Homicide unit, and there's also safety skills that we have to abide by in terms of when executing a warrant. If it reaches a certain level, then we have our SWAT unit serve those search warrants. We do not, one, to make sure that they know that it's law enforcement coming into their residence, to try to alleviate any type of safety concerns for the owners of the residence, and law enforcement themselves as well. So they did knock and announce.
No one's there.
No one was there.
Okay. So then you were able to gain access by the courtesy officer, so you didn't have to make forceful entry.
Correct.
Okay. When you make entry into a residence such as this with a valid search warrant, what are the order of events, if you could describe them to the jury?
Typical process is to make the apartment safe for the search warrant. So upon entry is to make sure that no other parties are inside the residence, which gives us the ability to, one, main reason is we're there is we're looking for Jasmine Pace. We're also potentially trying to locate Jason Chen to potentially interview him, see if he has any knowledge of where Jasmine Pace is at. The other part, not only is looking for them, is to make sure no one else is inside that apartment. Potentially remove them so we can do our job in terms of investigating that apartment, potentially trying to locate or collect evidence, and attempt to make observations. So the first thing is to remove any parties outside of the apartment to then start processing or start documenting and processing that location. So at first we would either send, it's a very tough question to ask based on circumstances, circumstantial or different circumstances on who goes inside the apartment to make it, or a residence or whatever it may be to make it safe. If we have a visual inside the entire apartment, then it may just be 1 or 2 investigators that show up. But in this specific case, we have patrol officers and homicide investigators that are present. We entered there, made it secure. We requested that all patrol officers to not re-enter that apartment. At that point, we're waiting on our crimes unit to respond to document and collect evidence. After it's deemed safe, the lead investigator and potentially an assisting investigator with the investigation will then conduct a walkthrough of that scene to potentially see items that stand out as potential evidence or things that seem suspicious for 2 different manners. One is to make sure that we don't attempt to further alter or change the scene, to make sure that, as soon as you walk in, you're not walking into a puddle of blood. Or sometimes in some investigations that we have too, there's potentially a deceased person just on the other side of that door. We don't want any further contaminants or anything altered. And also we're able to make observations that we can pass to the crime scene investigators about what we want collected and documented.
The jury is going to see in a moment and later this week lots of pictures of Mr. Chen's apartment, Investigator Crawford. They're going to see some pictures where items, one photo of a certain area where it looks different than it does in another photo. Can you explain to them how the photographing and processing of a crime scene works?
Yes. The first stage is the photographing and crime scene location or the search warrant, whatever it may be. The first set of photographs for documentation purposes. Is to take general photos of the apartment, potential items of evidence, or things that stick out, or whatever's part of the search warrant that we're executing. They will take photographs of those things. They will then follow those photographs up with a secondary set of photographs with evidence markers. Once they've documented it with photographs and video, they will go back through, place evidence markers on different pieces of evidence, and at that point, they will then take second photograph of that specifically focusing on whatever that piece of evidence or something that sticks out. We're documenting those specific things with evidence markers. Potentially getting closer
My
up
parents
shots.
are here, so I might have
After that, there'll be a collection
Bye-bye.
phase. They will document
Bye.
evidence markers, close-ups, multi-different angles potentially of those, with the camera. After those items of evidence are collected or whatever the photograph is taken, those other items are then collected by the crime scene unit where they're documented and placed into bags of evidence at that point. Then we conduct another set of photographs to show the condition of which, once we finish the search, what the residence, apartment, whatever it may be, is left in to document our entire process. There is the possibility that that process continues, where you potentially you do a search at first, items of evidence are collected. Like I said, they'll do the first two phases of documentation photographs based on potentially what items of evidence are seen or observed. We always attempt to do a second walk-through search of the apartment to make sure we didn't miss anything else. So that process could start again with another set of photos of potentially different set of items that maybe it's an evidence marker there before, but there's an evidence marker there now. So sometimes there's the same angle and it appears that something's been moved. If you were to observe all the photographs chronologically, obviously it would make the most sense. But obviously there's potential, depending on what angle of the photos, you may see a photograph of a notebook in a certain place, and then it shows a different angle of the same one, and the notebook's not there because it's potentially been removed as evidence in the case.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's helpful. So if we're talking about a crime scene and you come in after a search warrant's executed and you see this lying on a table, for example, and you can see I've got a piece of paper over a pen. Crime scene may take a photo of this, is that correct?
That's correct.
But then crime scene might remove this and take a photo of this, is that correct?
Correct.
And then crime scene might remove both of these, collect them as evidence, and take a picture of that, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you entered into Jason Chen's apartment, did you have any idea what happened to Jasmine Pace? You didn't know where she was?
No, I didn't know where she was.
And other than the information that you used to obtain the search warrant, you didn't know what happened?
Correct.
Okay. And the witness. A lot of pictures. I'll try to tell what I need there in mind.
He is laying foundation, yes. That's the
If you want to do a batch of pictures, that's fine, so you can pull in, or mark them, and you can get into the direct testimony.
This is a long day. We lost half the viewers almost.
setting penalty?
Yes, Your Honor, if my math is correct.
It'll be 25 through 81.
Investigator
If my
Crawford,
math's correct.
we'll go back to mine and see if we're right there. I'll ask you to just take a second and look through these photographs.
No, that's why they asked the mom if she ever heard him testify to that before. And it's not self-defense, it's manslaughter. But still, it was kind of a self-defense, but he couldn't remember, so that's why he goes with manslaughter. His defense was she came over to his apartment. They were drinking some wine. He had a stabulator next to the bed because he had been opening the wine. She goes in to get another bottle of wine. Here's the distinct ding ding from a Tinder message and thinks, oh, you better not. Apparently comes at him with a broken wine bottle. And then he blacks out, wakes up, sees what he's done. And because he's afraid he's going to get blamed, he thinks, I'm just going to chain her wrist and her leg together and stuff her in a suitcase and drive her up and throw her off at the river. That's his defense. No really explanation why he lied to the family other than he was afraid of the police. Yeah, hard to hear, but that was his statement.
Subject, but 25 to be.
I haven't heard any testimony about it. Have a look at a lot of pictures.
Mr. Crawford, you recognize the photos?
I do.
What are they?
The photographs within inside apartment 210 at 110 Street.
Is that Jason Chen's apartment?
That's correct.
Do you recognize those photos as photos that were taken at the time the search warrant was executed on November 28th, 2022?
That's correct.
Do they accurately represent what Mr. Chen's apartment looked like in November of 2022?
That's correct.
And were you present when most, if not all, of those photos were taken?
I believe so.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these photos become State's Exhibits 25 through 82.
About 3.
And I know this is going to take the court reporter a second. I apologize.
Step and
Judge.
stretch, take time.
Yeah, he does look kind of like a cheap villain in a movie. I really don't hope they're going this late tomorrow because I have court Wednesday morning. So, Daddy needs some sleep. Well, I have court as well on Thursday. If they're going at 10, it shouldn't be a problem, but if they're going at 9, I might be a little late on Wednesday, but Thursday is only half day in court. So we'll see.
The court order now, this is our court order, page 3. This is Luan, she's the clerk, she's kind of the Felix is the air traffic controller for the trial courtroom. Luan's the air traffic controller for all the cases. You see lawyers talking to her. So now we've got students come visit. We've got one here from TSU visiting with us, criminal justice major. Interested in
No, he's just talking about who's.
Thank you. What course? She shows up in court, something bad is going to happen, about ambulance.
Yeah, the police didn't really believe her because this the detective said, "Well, I was at home taking care of my kids, so I wasn't really working that day, and I didn't like my boss, so we didn't do anything, and we didn't know it was a missing person case."
How about doing the by the way? They've got that chairs that we've got yelling in. Okay. I know your chair's a little close to the edge. Careful.
And Krista, both opening statement was good. The defense is working with a stacked, well, not a stacked hand, with a hand tied behind their back, as they normally are in cases like this. So the story might be a little hard to believe, but he's doing what he must do. The state's opening I really liked. It was, I believe, 17 minutes long. I love a short opening and a short closing. Yeah, that's well, there haven't been that, because I talk too much, so there haven't been that much break. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
You'll turn around the screen behind you. Jury's actually already seen this picture, but this is a duplicate, which is State's Exhibit 26. What is that?
I don't think he has an interpreter. His mom has an interpreter.
It's a photograph of the front door of apartment 210 at 110 Fremont Street.
All right, Investigator Crawford. You begin a search like this with just a naked eye search, is that fair to say?
Was in a flashlight.
And in a case such as this, is blood one of the things with your naked eye that you'd be looking for?
Be one of the things.
Upon the initial entrance into Mr. Chen's apartment, did anyone with a naked eye locate any blood?
I did.
With no specificity around what areas?
The first observance that I observed was in the living room area of the apartment, typically behind the futon style couch that was there on the floor. It was the first area that I
What is Blue Star?
Blue Star reagent is a chemical that is used in the detection of blood. Specifically, it's used to detect the presence of blood that's not visible to the naked eye. Essentially, shows when it reacts. Blue Star reacts to blood. It shows the presence of blood. It was cleaned up, or cleaned or wiped or cleaned.
And can you explain to the jury how Blue Star actually works when an investigator?
In simple terms, they mix a chemical solution and they spray it upon surfaces with a spray bottle. At which point, if there is something such as blood, you will see a chemical reaction that occurs through a process called luminescence. Essentially, you'll see a bright blue or potentially white coloration that comes up similar to neon coloration.
And if it illuminates in that bright blue or white, does that indicate presence of blood?
Yes, it can.
In this case, was Blue Star employed soon after entry was made into the apartment?
Blue Star wasn't apply at first. We first had to document the scene. Specifically, if there was large areas of blood, there would be no need to spray it with Blue Star. There would be potentially just swabs without our sample state. So first you have to potentially document the scene, multiple avenues, to potentially look for areas of services that you'd be interested in to see if blood had been cleaned up in that area.
But did you do that in this case?
We did.
When you do that, are the lights supposed to be off?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to introduce these photos. They are going to be on the big screen. However, to say this purchase this TV because it's hard to see on the screen, so the colors are not correct. With the
Get those
then the court's
photos up.
comfortability in the juries, I like the lights to be turned off in the courtroom. Yes, Your Honor.
See how dark that is. Like that, you know, that work for you?
It doesn't become, of course, comfortable.
From all, that's part of all. That's.
Okay, all right, can't get them off, all right. So again, investigator Crawford, I will have them on this back screen, the next photos I'm going to show, but I'm also going to have them here. And for the court allow the jury to stand up if they need to do this to you all now.
Absolutely. If the juror can't see the evidence that someone wants to refer to, or any attorney, raise your hand if you should stand up and move around if you need to. Within the
Investigator Crawford, do you recall who employed Blue Star as the department that day?
I do.
Who was?
Investigator Johnson with our crime team.
And you were present for that?
I was.
On the large screen and on this screen is State's Exhibit 25. Investigator Crawford, was that represent to you? Oh, it's gone.
You know, moving the TV closer to the jury will help. Feel free to do that. I can watch it on the.
Okay. Of course. Just wanted you to see it for a minute. Second. Flash.
Hey, good morning, Unbronzed. Probably don't need to do that. It hasn't been. Go back, watch the opening statement, watch the mom's testimony, and the rest has just been filler.
All right. Investigator Crawford, did this indicate to investigators that there is a possible presence of blood in what are the blue areas?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 27. Again, another photo that shows Blue Star reaction.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 28. More Blue Star reaction.
Doesn't show anything.
Up there, in this photo. State's Exhibit 29. State's Exhibit 29. I'm sorry, that's my fault. This is State's Exhibit 29 on both TVs. The blue spots are indicative of blood.
Shows a positive reaction.
State's Exhibit 30. Where in Mr. Chen's apartment are we standing at this point, Investigator Crawford?
Currently, this photograph is taken from the perspective inside of the single bedroom. It's actually pointing down through what appears to be a hallway. It's actually, what you see is the lighter colored area at the bottom of the photograph is going to be a carpeted area. You see the door frame. Just past that is a tiled area. It's going to be a small bathroom on the left-hand side. Essentially, you have the shower. On the right-hand side, you have a toilet, sink, and mirror. Directly through that goes into the living room and kitchen area back towards the front door of the residence.
And on the television screen, if General Boyle is, you'll have to look here because you can't see it up there, so the lighting's not good. There's a piece of carpet missing.
That's correct.
Who did that?
Crime scene.
Collected that piece of carpet as evidence?
Yes, it did.
Okay. State's Exhibit 31. Again, same view, just different lighting.
That's
In
correct.
Mr. Chen's bedroom.
That's correct.
What you can see in this right-hand side over here is that Mr. Chen's bed.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 32. What is this object?
That's going to be on the back side of the front door of the residence.
Right when you walk in?
That's correct, as soon as you walk in.
State's Exhibit 33, another angle, same doorway.
That's correct.
This shows State's Exhibit 34. This shows a little bit of different angle. Again, you can now see this, the removal of this carpet was done by the crime scene unit.
Yes, that's correct.
For what purposes would that have been?
During the initial walkthrough and documentation of the scene, we observed a dark reddish brown discoloration on the carpet that was consistent with blood. They collected that carpet sample at that time prior to Blue Star being administered. They wouldn't want Blue Star administered, potentially saturate that blood, potentially move it to.
Okay, and then lastly, State's Exhibit 35.
That's going to be a photograph of the bathroom sink inside of that small bathroom area. You can see, you might have to leave.
Say that again? Oh, no, sure.
Since this one is, there's multiple areas of, do you mind if I approach the screen?
No, go ahead. If the court doesn't mind.
Please, so then, either speak up, investigators, I'm sure you can hear you.
Yes. Sorry, the laser light was with the TV. Inside this photograph, you will see a picture of what's in the bathroom sink inside of the single bathroom inside of the apartment. On the photograph, you can tell from your city, there's multiple areas where you see a positive Blue Star reaction. You can see this bright colored area here. If you back out on the sink itself, you can see the reaction on top of the sink, and here appears to be shading product right there. If you look down the sink, you can actually see what appears to be a positive reaction inside the sink and what's down towards the drain.
Thank you, Mr. Buffer. Your Honor, the lights will be turned back on, so now we can move to the screen. Mr. Crawford, you mentioned, talking about that carpet, you mentioned discoloration. Were there multiple spots of discoloration on the carpet that you could see with the naked eye?
Yes.
And in your experience as a homicide prosecutor, what did the discoloration appear to be?
That's here.
What did I say?
Prosecutor.
No, I'm sorry, no, you're not a prosecutor. As an investigator, in your years of experience, what did that discoloration appear to be?
Blood.
So is that one way, the discoloration on the carpet, is that one way the crime scene would have known what areas of carpet to collect?
Correct. So the discoloration, the reddish brown color, depending on the different stages, how fresh it is, how old it is, if it had been tend to be cleaned up, any areas that have been presumable blood were tend to be cleaned.
The suitcase was found with her body in it at Suck Creek Road.
You saw in a lot of those photos, there was yellow markers and yellow tape. Who did that?
Crime scene.
Is that how they evidence what they have collected and what stands out to them as possible evidence in the case?
Whether it was their observation or an investigator's observation, such as myself asking certain items to be documented and collected, they use the yellow evidence markers to document those during photographs.
When would you say that this investigation became a homicide investigation?
Upon first spray of the Blue Star reagent, I was actually standing in the kitchen area. Upon the first administration of Blue Star reagent, upon first spray, it illuminated an extremely large area inside the living room area. The most I'd seen at that point in my homicide career. Seeing that intense and that wide an area in terms of that reaction to Blue Star.
All right, we're going to go through some other photos. I'll try to go as quickly as possible.
Opening statements were okay. The mom's testimony, and then this guy's the only one that's really interesting.
They'll all be behind you from this point forward. Investigator Crawford. All right, so again, just orient on State's Exhibit 36, just orient the jury.
This is going to be a photograph documenting the front doorway, specifically the where the locking mechanism goes into the door. We document every time we enter in to document if there's signs of forced entry. Standard practice.
Upon entry into the apartment, did you smell any odors of marijuana?
No.
In your experience, both in patrol and as an investigator, have you had the chance to smell marijuana?
Yes, I.
In raw form?
Yes.
And in smoked form?
Yes.
And did you smell it in this apartment in any way?
No.
State Exhibit 37 is just a photo of the door. Did you witness any forced entry, signs of forced entry on the door, or the photo number 36 or 37?
No, not your typical signs of forced entry. They're scratched on the door frame, but they're not truly indicative of forced entry.
Are we, this State Exhibit 38, are we looking in from the front door?
That's correct. This is the point of view as you enter through the front door of the apartment. Once again, it's described as a shotgun style apartment. It's not, it's more long than it is wide. Essentially, you can see the 3 or 4 separate rooms, however you want to describe it. The living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, and then the entry into the back bedroom.
It's so tiny.
This is taken from approximately the same location in just a slightly different angle that then starts to capture the right side of the apartment or the west side of the apartment.
And that's photo 39. This is State Exhibit 40. Again, now we're just panning over to the right. You'll see that desk chair. What's in front of that desk chair that you can't see in this photo?
Just this side of it?
Yes.
It would be the
Yes,
desk.
the desk.
That's correct.
State Exhibit 41. What are we looking at?
This is going to be a photograph from over top of the futon. Back, it's documenting what's on top of the futon, specifically a bottle of isopropyl alcohol, a pack of paper towels, and some minor scratches.
And I'm going to go back to, see, this would be State Exhibit 39. You can see in this picture the couch looks different.
Correct.
What happened between 39 and Exhibit 41, which was this?
The first set of photographs are the documentation of the scene as to how we found it, being the investigators upon the execution of the search warrant. The second picture is after we documented the scene and documented the potential items of evidence that we first deemed potentially needed or we were going to need based on the search warrant we were executing. After that's conducted, we then conduct a search of the residence. Because first we document things in plain view without attempting to open or do anything to potentially alter the scene. A search has then been conducted where now you see that the black duffel bag has been removed. And once we removed that black duffel bag, it showed us this bottle of isopropyl alcohol and the paper towels.
So going back to State Exhibit 40, you're saying the black bag is what I'm circling here, it says Nike on it?
That's correct.
And then 41 would show what was underneath that bag, which is what you can see depicted in the photo.
That's correct.
State Exhibit 42. In this photo from the door, you can now see the defendant's desk.
That's correct.
State Exhibit 43. Now, would we be standing nearer to the desk, looking back towards Mr. Chen's bedroom?
Yes, that's correct.
Photo of the kitchen in Mr. Chen's house. State Exhibit 44.
Yes, that's correct.
Standing in front of the bar, State Exhibit 45 in Mr. Chen's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
What do you recall was in that high value box right there?
It's essentially industrial terrain wrap, packaging wrap, that you find that potentially people wrap like pallets or larger objects.
State Exhibit 46 is a photo of Mr. Chen's kitchen with cabinets open.
That's correct.
Another angle, State Exhibit 47.
That's correct.
State Exhibit 48 is a photo of the kitchen counter, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
State Exhibit 49 is a zoomed in photo of that counter with a Band-Aid box.
Yes, that's correct.
State Exhibit 50 is a closer photo of the Band-Aid box.
Yes.
State Exhibit 51 would be from the other side of the kitchen looking back, is that correct?
That's correct.
State Exhibit 52 is a photo of a small laundry room in Mr. Chen's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
Were there clothes in that washing machine right there?
And there's a pair of gray sweatpants now.
State Exhibit 53, taken probably close to the laundry machine, looking back in Mr. Chen's bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
This is a photo of Mr. Chen's bathroom sink.
Yes, that's correct.
That is State Exhibit 54. Another photo of the bathroom sink. Again, why, one more time for the jury, why would this photo, 55, have had nothing on the sink, and 54, which you can see here, would have had things on the sink?
Once again, once the search was conducted, items have to be moved sometimes to see what's under them. Whether in this case, obviously, to see multiple items stacked upon each other to see every item under it, or potentially see if other evidence, such as potentially blood or anything else, is potentially located. Obviously, those items have to be removed. At which point, that's why you see what appears to be men's boxer briefs on the floor.
In this photo, do you know what that item is?
It's a box of Band-Aids.
Close up of Mr. Chen's sink is exhibit 56. A photo of the light switch in Mr. Chen's bathroom is 57. What's significant about this photo?
You can see just under the left light switch, you can see a dark discoloration. It's my naked eye at the time. I observed that potential blood transfer.
Angle inside the room, looking at the tapestry on the wall, 72. Correct?
That's correct.
Yet another angle of that tapestry on the wall in 73.
That's correct.
Now, in exhibit 74, we are looking at what?
This will be on the right side of the bed is the picture we're looking at. If you're coming into the room, it'd actually be the far left-hand side of the room. This will be a little bedside drawer set. Essentially, you'll see shoes, socks, and other items that were beside the bedside.
Were you able to determine what this is on the wall?
It was, to my knowledge, it was tested and didn't show a presence of blood.
It just looked like some kind of dirt.
Well, it looked more like a substance such as a spill of some sort, potentially that would have fallen and not properly cleaned up.
Okay, we don't know.
No.
6 exhibit 75, again, just another angle, correct, looking at those closets.
Correct.
6 exhibit 76, is this one of the closets opened?
That's correct.
Do you recall which side this was?
This will be on the right-hand side, or the first one you come into the room would be the one directly right there.
And what is this item right here?
They are green hand towels, Better Home and Garden.
Exhibit 77, when you said Better Homes and Garden, you mean the name brand?
Yes, a Walmart.
Is that a close-up of that?
That's correct.
And can you actually see where it says distributed by Walmart?
That's correct.
Exhibit 78. Say, in the bedroom, is this in the bedroom?
Yes, that's correct. It's depicts more of what I observed to be potentially blood transfer to the light switch area. You can see it on the floor plate, the switch, and just directly beside it on the wall. The brownish red color discoloration.
These next four may be difficult to see on the screen, but we'll try. This is 79. Can you see what's depicted in this photo? And actually, you can see this person to Investigator Crawford, if that helps at all.
There's a few things in this photograph. There's
Here's this.
once again, there appears to be potential blood transfer to the bottom edge of the doorway. You can see small speckled areas there. In the on the floor, you can see discolorations that are reddish brown as well, that are consistent with blood transfer from somebody's foot.
Is it fair to say, Investigator Crawford, that in this photo, the physical photo, that spot there, that this spot appears to be more red in color?
Correct. The photograph depicts it better than the screen.
Six, exhibit number 80. Again, here I can give you this in this photo. What's significant about this photo?
First is the documentation of hair on the ground. And then there's also further discolorations, which appear to be blood transfer as well.
6 to 81, this is where this photo is going to be more helpful to you, Investigator Crawford. Use that to point out the significance of that photo.
Just skip to where we are now.
There's another discoloration here as well, and here as well. Just the projector doesn't show the red discoloration as you see it in the photographs.
And then lastly, State's Exhibit 82. What would that photo signify?
It's more blood transfer on the floor in the living room / kitchen area.
You want to read it first?
Oh, a boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good stopping spot for the state's crews. We're letting it go. Being sequestered, a lot of the jury instructions we have to get about not being exposed to media hopefully won't be an issue, but I do have to tell you, you still can't communicate with anyone about this case at all, not even fellow jurors. It includes court officers, bailiff, that includes the lawyers, court, your own thoughts, opinions, or reactions. It would be hopefully impossible for you to research this. You never know, you may get exposed by something you see in a TV in a bar. So you cannot let yourself be exposed to that if possible. Do not form or express anything about the court until we submit it to you for deliberation for all of the proof. Are you taking the dinner tonight? You know where they're going for dinner? Yes, sir. Where are you going? Okay. Enjoy dinner tonight. I know I will. With that, I'll excuse you. We'll try to start around 9:30. So court officer will have you back in court probably around 9:15.
I just looked up. I had looked at a trip into Newark and now out of Newark, and now I looked at if I fly into Chicago and do the middle route and then fly back home out of Tennessee. That's like $300 more. So I have to figure out how much it is to rent a car then. It's expensive to have friends in America.
Yeah.
So welcome back to our News Channel 9 where
Thank you. Any matters to be discussed before we
pause here
break
because
the
the
evening?
judge just came back on.
Yep. Put it up. Put it up.
Okay. So we'll pause when they come back and explain any matters that they want to discuss from today. They're having a conference up at the judge's bench, as we've seen them do several times throughout the day. If you're watching our live stream, as thousands of you have throughout the day, you'll know that the audio goes down when that happens, so that we don't hear instructions or things that the jury shouldn't hear. The jury was there. They were just removed from the courtroom a few moments ago, and they're going to start testimony again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. I want to go through a little bit of what we learned today. Of course, we spent the first, most of the first half of the day as the prosecution argued against one of the defense's expert witness choices, and the judge ruled him inadmissible for testimony. He was a forensic psychologist. They were looking to enter in his report about Jason Chen's mental status during this murder and whether there was premeditation or
no. It's 6 o'clock. They are in Chattanooga Eastern Standard Time, so it's 6 o'clock. They have been going since 9:30 their time. That's when they arrived in court. then we had the hearing with the guy who I didn't hear he was denied. I was told that they will contact him later, but apparently he was thrown out. But they are going into 6 o'clock. They did. They just ended, Brandon.
Not. And very quickly, we learned why that was important, because
Well,
when
we
the
made it
defense
cleaner.
came out
That's the good
for
thing.
their opening statements, we heard for the very first time that they
Tennessee
were
is
admitting
both.
that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace. And so, in a way, that was the first time that we had heard that. It's the first time Jasmine Pace's mother, Katrina, said she had heard it. So just a lot to unpack there. I'm kind of pausing because I want to make sure we don't miss any extra discussion from the courtroom. Who you're seeing there on the right side, the defense attorney, Joshua Weiss, and then another member of the defense team, and then the prosecution's homicide prosecutor. Here's the judge one more time.
Okay. So as far as the actual trial matter, you can give me that research, Mr. Weiss, and I'll instruct the state accordingly. As far as any other matters to discuss on the record, court's in recess till 9 a.m.
All right, so court has now officially moved to recess. We will have our legal analyst, Bill Speak, joining us in just a few moments. First, though, let's look at a recap of today's.
Yeah, I can't really fair use that one. But I don't know, Jamie. What do you think? Good day, bad day?
From what I saw, it was, I mean, I think they're making their case.
Yeah, it's
I can't
it's
see
hard to
them,
what?
the defense. I said I can't see what the defense really is. Like, saying what he said is fine, but it's still stupid.
Yeah,
It's just like our friend, what's that Fazio guy that we just watched? It was like, oh, but she was attacking me, so I had to pew her and then cut her into pieces. You're not going to get away with it. So,
well, she was nagging.
okay, well, maybe.
I'm just hearing a lot of reasonable doubt
Okay.
there, Jamie. That's you're forgetting the nagging part. But no, it's I have a hard time seeing them doing it as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, none of this. Oh, he drank a little bit. He took some, THC or whatever it was, and then she was so mad because he was still on Tinder.
Yeah, and she came at him with a broken bottle. I hope they found a broken bottle that they can at least prove that, because the downfall of Sarah Boone was they found all the empty bottles. So her story about I don't drink, I can't drink, I won't drink, didn't work. In this case, it's for him. For his sake, they better find a broken bottle, so there's something. Jinx, jeg bruger den selv tit. Jeg vil sådan ønske, man kan oversætte det til engelsk, men den er lidt svær. Men det er lidt ligesom, det var ham nede på den body. It's just, she reminds me of, there's a Danish clip where they're interviewing people who are in prison, and they said, so why did you kill him? Yeah, he's just been nagging me in a longer period. So I had to stab him. That's what happens. It just sounds better when he says it, because in Denmark you have an expression you only use in certain parts of Denmark that means, it can mean everything, but but he's just been a little bit annoying, so he had to kill him. Some people need a little Yeah, he was annoying during a period of time, so I just had to make some holes in him.
Well, I get that they're trying to prove it's not first degree. That's what they want to prove. It's not that he didn't do it, but
Yeah.
I have a hard time them proving that.
Broken bottles can be produced at will, but for what I'm saying is there better be a picture of a broken bottle that they find her fingerprints on at the crime scene. If his defense of she was swinging at me has any merit to it.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's because I was talking Danish. We have a few Danish people here. Well, the funny thing is we haven't gone there yet, but as I have understood, there will be no evidence of any chemicals or anything in her body. That was what the guy this morning testified to. Said, well, it depends on how long the body has been decomposing, so it can just. But weed stays in the system, especially because the system is shut down, so you don't get the circulation going, and then it's a little bit different. But that's going to be interesting. Well, at least a prince, because then it could be, yeah. What a stabulator? The tip of it broke off. He stabulated her through the front, and I believe it got stuck in her ribs on the back. So there's a lot of force to it.
Yep, a little piece of it broke off, and I think they said it was in her lung.
Well, but Jamie, I've just been looking at the things we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm going to look at either this one. So land in Chicago and then swing by Mo somewhere down in Indiana. Swing by you and Dave up here somewhere. I don't know where you are.
Oh, yeah, you got to see Davy Boo.
Well, I've seen Davy Boo 3 times, so.
Yeah, but you got to go see him at his place.
Well,
Just go bother him.
And then go down. I think it's I-75, and maybe do a stop somewhere along the way if people live nearby that. It's either that or it's this one. Go in somewhere up here. Go down. Maybe do a stop in Richmond. Do a stop in Charlotte, and then go in. Both of them are roughly $1,500 each with car rental, so it's about the same.
Yikes!
Yeah, I have a lot of grifting to do.
Yeah.
But so every future giveaway has been revoked.
Yeah, take it back.
Yeah. Well, the problem is, I have to. I'm heading south. You'll be my carry-on. Well, you should come. It's not that expensive. Plane tickets are omkring 7,500. So yeah, let's get sending them corner kisses. No, it's fine. It's fine. Heated lumbar. No, it'll be a shitty rental because I have to keep the cost down. But I will upgrade my flight to premium economy instead of just normally economy. So that's how to do it. Hey, Lois Cox. Been a second. But on the Discord, if you're a member on the Discord, I put up a vote if I should do the middle route or I should do the eastern route. And everyone says, oh, you should go see Jamie. But Jamie and I will be seeing each other in 2 months. Because she's flying to Denmark. And So if I do the middle, I can meet FD Food Ferry and people who lives there and meet Mo, or I can go on the eastern route and then I can. Well, Brandon won't be home because he's washing his rock collection that day, and but I could visit Marissa and maybe Sue down in North Carolina. It's
South Carolina.
yeah, that's what I said.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's either way. I will be, if you don't have and you have the opportunity to come to Knoxville, I'll be in Knoxville. Where Valhalla will again ravish my young body.
Aw, Valhalla.
Thank you so much, Jinx.
Jinx, you're so sweet.
And she's Danish.
Even better.
Yeah, and maybe if I go the eastern route, Jemima can come down. Charlotte is just over an hour from me, Jamie. Oh, yeah. Hey, Nanya. Have a good night. Oh. For a grifter, you don't seem to be so good at it. Well, I'm trying.
He is the worst, guys.
No, but I can't complain. You have been more than generous, and you're watching my shows. That's what I need. I think I drove through Chattanooga a few times from Georgia to Indiana and then back, a meandering drive over a couple of bridges, I think. Interesting. Yeah, but when we start looking at the map, I think doing one or the other trip is smarter than me doing 1,500 miles in 3.5 days. It's probably not going to help me.
I've drove to Florida a couple times and that was rough. Like straight through. Ooh,
Yeah. It's
22 hours.
I think it said that from up where you live and down to Knoxville, it's like 10 hours or something.
Mm-hmm.
Why not start in Michigan and work your way down? Because Michigan has Detroit Airport. If I have to fly to Detroit, I'll have to land in Chicago or Philadelphia first. So I'll just pay extra for what I can drive because I will have a rental anyway. So, and then I will have to drive down to Chicago. It's not going to be easier. No. I was seeing it on the map and seeing 1,500 miles. But
you see these little states and you think that's not a long drive, and it is.
yeah, why not start in Canada? Why not just start in Seattle? Make a trip out of it.
You'd be so far away from everything on the West Coast.
Well, I'll be near Puddletown.
Okay.
I don't know where Metro Airport is.
What?
Metro Airport.
The Detroit Metro Airport?
I don't know.
Is that what you're talking about?
Valhalla, I stopped listening to you back when you said it'll only hurt for a little bit, and I'll pay you $5. I heard they have sheep in Seattle. Could be. Because it only takes 3 hours to drive from one end to the other. If you have to go all the way from the north to the south, it's more like 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Detroit Metro Airport. Well, I could probably get Dave to pick me up, not Jamie, because...
I'd pick you up. I picked up Iris. We had a fun time getting home.
Yeah,
we were talking about that too because we were driving or something. I did something and Iris goes, if Baker had to ride with you, he would probably scream his lungs out. It's like, it's fine. I got this.
Yeah, that's probably fine. No, it'll be fine. Yeah, well, I drive like a grandpa because I'm a grandpa. No, let's see which route, but I just checked the prices because instead of doing this stuff where I'll fly into Newark, it's a weird word, and fly back up to it, because that's like 12 hours each way, and I could just fly out of Tyson McGee. It'll probably be, it costs a little bit more, but then when I drive down from Chicago, I can just maybe have the car for a day or two in Knoxville, go around and do some shopping and whatever I do, and then drop it off, and then Valhalla can drive me the rest of the time.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow, Helen from Holland. Get to bed. It's way too late now.
Hi, Helen.
Oh, he's sneaky. Normally, I'll end so fast I can send you over to him. But thank you, Recovery Addict. How do you like the trial over there?
He's doing the same one, right?
Yeah. It's always funny to see how people see it. Chicago is crazy to drive around. I've been to Chicago. I landed in Chicago the first time I was in the US, and people, that was when they started doing that bump and steal thing. Do I go to the US annually? No. This will be my 4th time, but I've been invited to Knoxville again. Have to find out with my accountant how much I can deduct. But I have YouTube money. I'm not YouTube rich, so if I can run it through the business, I'll just make stupid mistakes if I have money back here. If I hit the I don't know what that is.
St. Louis area?
I don't know. I'm going either east or middle or east. So it depends on which one that makes more sense. Yeah, but the reason to go to Chicago is to meet up with FD Food Fairy. She loves it.
She is the sweetest.
Yeah. No, my
And
first
she'll
trip.
just fill your belly, and then you'll be
Yeah.
you won't have to eat for the rest of the trip.
And no, this will be my 4th trip to the States. I will be if I go in the middle route. I'll be trying to see if Mo will meet me. I know, and I will. So yeah, that's gonna be. I'm gonna make a decision on that before long. But please go and vote what you think I should do, and then I'm gonna look and see what I can find that I can swing financially, because it's a little bit pricey. But again, I don't take many breaks. I stream way too much, and Jamie can hold down the fort and stream while I'm away. Grift some monies.
Yeah. I'll take all the super chats. No, I'm kidding.
But no, we'll figure it out. I will be, if not anywhere else, I will be in Knoxville. The 5th and the 6th is where people meet up. I'll have to see if it makes economical sense to do the road trips. If not, I'll probably just get down and annoy Valhalla for a week.
Yeah.
So
I love it.
yeah, I have to find out how much it'll run me, because again, it has to make some kind of sense. But I would love to see more of the US than just Knoxville. So that's the interesting thing. Most
South is
okay
pretty, but
hotels
yeah, the
along
Midwest is pretty
I-95 is
too.
150 a night. Oh, I forgot. Well, I'm hoping I can couch surf a lot, because both car rental and hotels, That's almost as much as the plane tickets. So, yeah. Well, people are invited to come to Knoxville because we will do the same thing we did last year with the expert. I just need the expert to finalize and make some kind of promotion so we can run the promotion so people can say, okay, this year we'll go, instead of we're just talking about it. We need some visuals that we can put on the Discord and promote. But try and make the expert make something. Herding cats in a barrel to unalive at Fastelavn is easier than getting the expert to do anything. Well, when I was in Chicago the first time, we did the trip down to Memphis. That's like 3 states also. What if you rent a van and then sleep in a van? I am not allowed to carry, I think, so I wouldn't sleep in a public place with only a car lock between me and the outside. So, well, when I become big enough, I'll fly to the UK as well and meet people. Can't imagine with my bag. My bag isn't that bad normally. It's just periods. So, especially in the summer, it's fine. Yeah, someone should do that. If you drive down to his house and kick his butt, maybe he can stop eating pixie sticks and put together promotion videos. It's almost like
He's such a child. I could just picture him sitting there doing that too.
Yeah, that's we didn't really get out of the start blocks last year until maybe March, and that was it was beginning of May. I was there the last time, I think. So we didn't have enough time, and it was in graduation week and everything. But I will make the expert make something so we can promote it. With all these pixie sticks, he should have enough energy that he could promote. He can make something.
But, really true.
Yeah, but everyone, it's banana o'clock my time. It's 12:30. Oh, you're on Puerto Rico. No, then I won't be flying over you because I'll fly the northern route. So I'll be flying over Greenland. Soon to be American continent as well. And then you can pay the $4 billion we pay them a year. Oh. You want to go see Jamie?
When is it, Krista? My birthday's in June too. June birthdays are the
Hella's
best.
birthday is in June too.
Is it? I don't know when his actual birthday is. I'm
June 14th.
No, it isn't.
Someone has June 14th. Is it you?
Oh, I'm the 19th.
Oh.
Oh, Krista's the 17th. Look at us.
I don't know. I have a birthday in 2 weeks. I'll be 27.
Yours is the 21st.
June 18th. July. That's what I said. Valhalla is in July. But
and
this
then,
will be
Fed
enough.
is June 25th, so we're all cool June babies.
Yeah, this will be enough for today. I have had my first stream at 5 yesterday morning because it's 12:30 my time now. I'll ship you all over to the wonderful, the talented, the funny Mo in the deep end, while I go and cry about all the money I will be paying to travel this year.
Oh my
What
gosh.
exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100. Because it is 100% correct.
Checking your honor.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All right, I'm in love. Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did. Everybody has.